Welcome in, folks. Um, Hang on. I hop on and I forget my coffee again. Okay. Um, all right. Welcome in, everybody. How's everyone doing? Purecoin, I haven't seen that specifically, Purecoin. I haven't been looking at the news the last 2 days. I've just been, you know, not in the mental state to look at the news. I'll probably get back to the news tomorrow. And I'll have a look at that. Peercoin, would you mind sending me a link or dropping a link in chat or something? Uh, might be might be useful, and I'll look it up. Oh my God, how you doing, Sophie? How's Sophie doing? 3D Code Warrior, good to see you. Daver, how are you? Awesome, Peercoin. Thank you, sir. I'll have a look at it. Don't worry, I'll get back to I'll get back to the news. Probably tomorrow. I'll get back to it. Um, Oh, that one. Oh, I have seen that one. Yeah. Okay. 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 Yeah. I just haven't had much of appetite for the news, you know. So that's all. That's all. But thanks for dropping the link. I'll have a look at it. I do have to get back to it. It's important stuff, and it's part of the reason that I talk about the stuff I talk about. So yeah, I've got this cool new widget over here. It's right over here. Um, Vamp. He's a solid dude. We trash talk each other a lot. We treat each other like absolute trash. Um, because in his country, he has to go through trash cans to find food. Uh, he's not here to defend himself, I don't think. So I'm gonna take a swipe. But he's got a cool system here, and I'm helping him test it out. He's been asking me to do this for a long time, and I've let him down. So hey, now's the time. If there's a time, it's now. So this is kind of cool. I'm gonna test out a few other widgets later on, like not maybe not this stream, but in future streams, I'll help him out and test some stuff out. He's got some cool stuff. He's got like a gold bar and stuff. I think I fixed it, by the way. I think I fixed the gold bar. But this is kind of cool. It's kind of nice. And he's got a chat thing too. I want to ask him a question about chat, and um, yeah, yeah. So, anyways, that's all. That's all. Laugh, how you doing? I forgot to mention that I did fix the HTTP server stuff. Sophie, they just asked for expanding rights for another data center here too, and I can't even read about it because I deleted my sub. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Let me just make a note of something here so that I have. Hang on, hang on. Okay, yada yada yada. So I'm gonna do the same thing today. I'll work on the HTTP server. You guys are welcome to hop in and here I'll do this. You guys are welcome to hop in and chat with me if you want. But I'm gonna work on the HTTP server I think is done. I think I'm gonna go over that. I'm gonna go over what I did and what happened. You guys are gonna laugh at me based on what I did. Um, um, okay. All right. So let's talk about what I did on the HTTP server. We'll get it down again on record. I've been my sleep has been all over the place. I've been answering messages. There have been some awesome people helping me out with my situation. and I took some time just in my sleep-ridden state to try and fix up the HTTP server, and I did so. It's dumb, but it works. Let me switch over the camera, and we'll go like this. Yeah, that works. I want to switch the oof, oof, flashbang. Oh man, I kind of feel like Hacker Green right now. All right, we're gonna go with Hacker Green. Okay. So here's the deal. I had to add in two more includes. We added some includes that we copied over from a article that was sent to us last night. I had to add in two more in order to get error number and limits for like integer, min, and max. Now, did I really have to do that? I actually don't think I really needed this, but from what I found online while I was looking up what I wanted to do, it seemed like it was important at the time. I'm not sure if I actually do need these things, so we'll find out eventually. And then I just defined a a path for the server sent server side events and the number of clients that you can connect on this TCP endpoint. I had to create this one. Okay, so this is a conversion of oh, see, I already remember why I did this. I did this in a stupor last night. Right, with the E range. Okay, so I did need them. I needed it for this function, safe string to int. Essentially, I have to take a string that comes in from a request, and if the string is 33, I want to convert it to the integer 33. So I take a string in, and then I overwrite or reference an integer that is my output, and that becomes, it's like a pointer to it, that becomes my value. So ideally here what happens is I take the I take the string and I convert it. There's a function called strtol, and it my understanding is you put in 10 for base 10 decimal. I played around with a few other values in here, but it didn't quite make sense to me. And then I do a conversion by reading the end of the string and making sure I don't take the line ending character. That's the /0. That means it's a line ending, or the end of the string itself. That's typically how strings tend to end in these systems. And then error number e range, which is like making sure that I'm not outside of the range of the string. So this is for overflow prevention stuff. I added this because I saw this somewhere else in a similar function, and I don't know if this is, I'm hoping this is an overflow underflow thing. I'm not sure. Because I don't even know if I'm using it, honestly. Anyways, that's kind of the idea here. Does it check if it is a digit? Yeah, Piercon, it takes a string. Yeah, that's exactly right. It'll take a string like this, like 33, and it'll turn it into int 33, if that makes sense. All right, so I pass in a string, and then, oops, and then it turns it to an integer value. I do not connect with it. Well, it sometimes the counter takes a second. Yeah, my message worked there. Yeah, it might take a second, Sophie. Yeah. Rumble seems to be down. Actually, it's true. The Rumble count does seem to be down. So I'll talk to Vamp about that. Science dog to know what I'm doing. Yeah, Pure Gun. What's up, Inward? Inward, how you doing? Okay. Ensure it fits an int. Oh yes. So what I have to do as well is make sure that nobody puts in a value in here that is like a bazillion, billion, quadrillion something, or something that doesn't fit inside of what should be a value for an integer in C. So I check for that. That way it it's unlikely that somebody can put in a huge value and do weird things with it. Or at least it's less likely. How about that? And then I just take the value and I take the pointer to the integer that I want to become that value, which I just pass in as a second parameter here, and then it becomes that. So safe string to int here is just reading. It's just reading this essentially. So that's basically it for that function. And then what I ended up doing down here. Let me see if I can find it down here. Good, bro. Hope all is well with you. As well as can be, man. As well as can be. I appreciate it. You can work with big numbers. I just learned how to do that with an array, but never mind. Okay, here we go. Good job here, going. What's up, Ghost? Good to see you. Okay, so I have that function. I have a place to put SSE clients so I can track them all. And then I just increment the client count so that I ensure that I don't hear, or that I don't exceed the number of maximum clients that I want to have. So that's 100. And then you can see I finished starting to write. So you can lock threads to particular, let's say, actions. So I have this pthread mutex thing. I don't fully understand this, aside from maybe I do fully understand it. I don't know, but essentially it's thread locking. And when you lock a thread to a particular action, it means that no other thread can inadvertently do something or manipulate data that you've attached to this thread or things like that. It's basically just like the threads are like, at the urinal, and you don't want to cross stream with the guy next to you, right? Because it'd be weird. So you lock the thread in and you go, okay, this is your thread, right? So yeah. Hey Vamp, how's it going, man? More like Stinkerman, yeah. Are you live on Rumble? I am live on Rumble, yeah. So that's why I DM'd you, Vamp. I was wondering if I put in like incorrect information on it. Yeah, so maybe on Live Joiner I did put in a key, and I put in the API, like the stream URL stuff, like the RTMP and everything. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be working. You might have to help me out with that, Vamp. Okay, so the reason why I need to do this is, and feel free to keep asking questions and distract me. I don't care. We're just going to go for it. We're going to do everything. The reason I did this is so that I can take this mutex lock and say that when a client connects, they're going to have have access to the array of clients, and they're going to manipulate it, but only one thread at a time can do it. And the reason why is so that you don't have a bunch of connections come in all at once and then say, oh, and now I'm a client, and now I'm a client, and now I'm a client at the same time, and they increment and bump up the numbers and put themselves into the array of available clients at the same time, and it breaks the array or does something weird to the array. I actually am not sure that I even needed this, but I was worried that there was going to be an issue when I'm increasing client counts and adding clients directly to the array of clients. So I went for it, and I learned about mutexes a bit with it. So that I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It's just what I learned. Okay, and then what I discovered here. So yesterday we went over this. You want to use reuse address here. We did all that. That's fine. The issue here, not handle client. Oh yeah, it is handle client. That's right. The issue here was when where is this? Here, launch. When I do launch, while I'm waiting for a connection, I then listen to sockets that come in. So here, I'm going to show you. So while I'm waiting, I listen, right? Duh. Okay. So far, yes. When somebody connects, like here, like I was doing here, okay, you connect, you make a request, and then I was submitting form data. Then what I have to do is I have to handle the information that I've received, right? What is the body, the headers, all that stuff. So I create a client first of all. I have to create a client. I have to spawn a thread up here. I have to create a file descriptor. That's client file descriptor here. The client file descriptor is it ends up being an integer that points to a socket that was created as part of connecting. So here I have a socket. I do this weird dereferencing thing. I picked this up off the internet somewhere, probably Stack Overflow, I think. But I create the file descriptor, and then the new socket becomes an integer of to the client file descriptor. It's a weird way to do a conversion of almost like a cast conversion, I think. I don't fully understand this exactly, but I'm pretty sure that's what it's doing. Because when I looked at what client FD is, it's basically an integer that points to the socket. But anyways, so one way or another, we've got that. And then I create a thread, right? And in the thread, I pass in this thing called thread ID, which is the new thread that I've created. So that's the ID of the thread. There's an attributes here in pthread create. I don't know what the attributes are for exactly because I started falling asleep, so I didn't look at it. And then I have a routine or a function, like a routine. I should put like function here. Whatever starts the function to handle this particular thread / socket. So we're going to look at handle client. And then I have to pass in an argument for the socket, the identification of the socket itself to handle client, and that's the last parameter of pthread create. So I do that. We'll have a look at that. This is kind of weird. I thought this was weird. I think I understand why, but it just seemed weird to me that pthread create has a parameter or an argument at the very end, the fourth one, that is passed into the third one. Anyways, that's how it works. And so there I go. And then I detach because I didn't detach at first, and then threads were just like being left loose. So if we look at handle client, so once a thread is created, then it passes in the socket ID that I created in the set of code I just went over. It passes it in as that argument, that fourth argument, which becomes the argument of this function. And now here, I do a dereference so that I can turn this void arg, whatever this argument is, I can turn it into an actual integer here. Now, I have a suspicion that I'm doing this wrong, or that I don't actually need this, that I already have client FD somewhere else. And so I can, I just have to figure that out. That's my suspicion is that I have kind of complicated this maybe a little bit too much. Oh, there you go. Vamp fixed the rumble count there. Thanks, Vamp. You're awesome, man. Okay, so we have a socket. So we have a connection to a client. The client wants to communicate with us. We know we have an integer value for like an ID of what they are. That's great. Vamp is making changes live. That's awesome. Yeah, there you go. So 4 people on Rumble. Sweet. Thanks, everybody. So we do that. Okay. And now that we have that, we have to read in requests that are being made. So if I go over here, right, I've pulled together a post request that I pass on as a URL, a form URL encoded post, which is how I'm going to create the forms that are going to pass in actions from you guys when you play the game, whenever it's ready to play. So the reason why is because when you do actual forms, you get here. Let me zoom in. Let's see if I can find one. Where boundaries? Where are you? Do I even have? You can see all the errors. Okay, I can't seem to find one right now, but it's somewhere in here. So when you submit a regular form, if I zoom in here, this is the body of the form, and this is all the headers. But I just want to find one. I just want to show you guys what it looks like. No. Where the hell is it? Come on. It's not gonna. I'm not even gonna be able to show you, am I? No, I'm not. I don't think I have one alive. Oh, here we go. Boom. All right. This is what it looks like when you submit a regular form. This is the body. Yeah, I should just repeat it. You're right, EOD. You're right. Am I using browser source or screen capping? I'm using browser source. Yeah, using browser source. You're right, EOD. I should have just repeated the request, man. That's yeah, EOD. I'm tired. I'm genuinely tired. I'm gonna make a lot of mistakes today. But I'll power through. So this is what it looks like when you submit a form, right? So we have our HTTP server is actually telling us, showing us the body here. It looks like this. And this is a unique kind of like string on each form request. And you have content disposition, which is form data. You have name equals test, and then you have your value. Now, this was annoying to parse through. I didn't want to parse through this, right? And a typical form will be that way. So here, usually what will end up happening, you know what, let me pop this stupid thing out and go full screen. Usually you'll do something like this. Okay, and then you'll go form data dot append. Let's go, I don't know, whatever, test, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I want you to imagine that this form down here, okay, this form down here that I just created in JavaScript is the equivalent to a form that you submit in HTML. Like, imagine a form like that. And that's ultimately what your browser's doing. It takes the form in your HTML, whatever you've submitted, so your inputs, the IDs, the name, etc., all the values, and it essentially wraps it up in a serialized package. So the serialization happens very much along the same lines as this form data functionality on the JavaScript side. So I can take that form data and I can submit it to my HTTP server, which I did. And so this is what it looks like when an HTTP server reads your form submission, like when you put in your username and password and whatever, it reads a lot like this, except sometimes the values will be gobbledygook because they are encrypted. Now, parsing this is annoying because you have to split it up in, well, I mean, in all kinds of different ways. You could you could do like you could do it by new lines, you could do it by looking for particular keys or characters, things like that, right? I didn't like the way this functioned. I don't like parsing this. It's annoying to parse this in C because C is kind of difficult to do string parsing and manipulation stuff. It breaks my brain very easily. So, big dumb caveman over here. Yeah, it's a big JSON object and it gets stringified. That's right. Yeah. And then it gets wrapped around all of these kinds of like WebKit form, boundary stuff, right? So now imagine having to parse that in C, no less. It's annoying as hell, right? Okay, so I thought about it. I'm like, I know there's another way to do a form submission that is not this. You can still submit as post, like via post. You can do a post request, but you don't need to send a form. And so this is what I came up with. I did have to look it up, but I remember doing this back in the day. Let me see. Okay, so it's like this right here. This is the form. Here's the body of the form. You still get the headers, but the form is now inlined in one line with key value pairs as URL parameters. So let me go back to this guy. And so this is what I have up here, URL search params. And so I take URL search params, I put in a bunch of stuff in here. So you could take a form and you could build a URL search params object out of this. You could absolutely do that. And so the form it becomes a series of like URL queries, like the stupid, question mark and equals whatever stuff, right? And you have to pass in this content type, which is form URL encoded, and you just read that, right? And so this now is way easier to parse. Holy crap, is it easier to parse. Now that has a problem, right? If you're creating a general HTTP server, this isn't going to cut it. You're going to need the other way, the WebKit boundary way, because if you upload a file, for example, you're going to need a way to take the stream of data and read that file and turn it into something else. Fortunately for us, we don't need that. All we need to do is ensure that we have a structure to this input. And as part of our game, the only thing we're accepting is some commands, which are either numerical or string. And you can greatly limit what kind of things you read out of this. So as an example, you could make sure that the body is of a certain length. You can make sure that there are only certain keys and the values are only of a certain type. So you can kind of do a little bit of like regexy stuff, like make sure that the value is only this or that. Because as we're building out this mud game on this HTTP server, we have control over what we want to look at. We know what we need, and we can just exclude everything else we don't need. So if we don't see anything we don't need, we just don't deal with it. We don't have people uploading files. We don't have people sending us binary streams. We don't have any of that stuff, right? So this is sufficient, and it gives me a nice, easy way to parse it and a nice, easy way to check that I have exactly what I expect to see out of these requests, right? So this method could be exploited potentially maliciously. It could be if I was writing a general HTTP server, yeah. And this is what I quickly realized is, man, there's a lot that goes into a typical HTTP server in terms of security checks in this respect. Because if I was writing a general one just for an all-purpose, like just do anything, I'd be spending like a few days doing security checks and writing just almost for security. But fortunately, that's not what we need here, right? Fortunately, we have the advantage of this is just a game that a few of us are going to work on. We're gonna make this fun, and we can greatly restrict what we see. We don't need people to be uploading stuff and whatnot. And if we do need that, we can hand that off to something else. We don't need to do it here. I could create like a little mini bun or PHP server and put stuff in. We don't necessarily need all that here. So so that's fine. We're okay. I think. And so at that point, I started parsing it out, and you can see I have first key value test 2233. I converted this, ends up coming in as a string, and then I convert it. I use my safe string to int, and it comes in as an integer here. And so now I can do this for all the key pair values. Now finally I have a way to gather up all this data, this form data, and do stuff with it. And at that point, here, I'll talk about how I did it here. Then we can start accepting actions and writing events back, which is what we're going to try and do here. Um, and I have something else I gotta tackle too, which is sending the initial set of HTML, CSS, JavaScript to the client. I have to probably read it from a file and then send it over. I have to consider that. I'm not sure what. Anyway, we'll get there. We'll get there. Hey Apex, how you doing? Hope you find a job. Me too, man. Me too. Yeah, thank you, man. Thanks for being here, Apex. Yeah, for sure. I think you could bootstrap this behind a general HTTP server like Nginx or something. Yeah, with an encrypted interface. Yeah, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. So you could offload, right. You could offload stuff that you don't want to deal with security wise to something that is far more complete. So if I do want to have people who upload files, I can make that like a separate. Yeah, you're totally right. I could do like an Nginx or something like that. Just backload it or front load it or something like that, and go. Yeah, just go do it. And then anything that I can't handle here, I just let it handle. Uh, Maybe I should even do that with what I send HTML. No, you know what? I need the HTML. I got to think about this. I got to think about this. But yeah, Yodi, you're on the right track. Someone just randomly signed up for Live Joiner and paid too. Nice, fam. There you go. Yeah, Live Joiner is pretty cool. It's down below me here. Go on to Live Joiner. It gives you Vamp did a really good job on it, honestly. And if you can talk to Vamp, and he'll take questions and suggestions and stuff about it, and help you out with it. I want to do the chat thing too. I sent a couple of suggestions to Vamp about chat. Yeah, it'll be good. What's up, Pure? Good to see you. Good to see you, Pure. I hope you're doing well, Pure. Okay, so how did I parse this out? This was the annoying part. Just so you guys know what I had to do. There are a number of ways that you can do string parsing in C, and they are all annoying as hell. They are all annoying as hell. So for the HTTP server here, you have a you have a few functions like strtok, I believe, which is like tokenizing, finding tokens, like finding portions of strings, or str, which is finding like a substring in a string. And you can do quirky things like if something exists in a string, then go do something else with it, or things like that. I found that to be really annoying. Fortunately for me, TCP HTTP calls are relatively well structured and formatted and pretty consistent. And so all I did was I split it up by new line. So I take a bunch of variables as initial placeholders of like empty placeholders of the stuff I'm looking for: content length, HTTP version, method, path, etc. And then I go and read the body. Now, the only thing that I have to consider here's the body, right here. Now, all these headers have to be read first, and you'll see that there's a structure to these headers. It's the request type: post, get, put, patch, delete, etc. It's the path, which is just slash for us now, so it could be slash some path, whatever. And then the HTTP version. This is weird because it's not consistent with the rest of these, which is just key value, key semicolon value. So I have to take this first line and I have to read it as this is. So I do that. I go in here and I say, if method's not set, first find the method. Then if path isn't set, then get the path, right? And I break it up by spaces. So I literally just start reading the entire body, and when I see the space, then I know that I've completed the text for like in this case it would be the request type. And then I'll keep reading, and when I see a space, then I know I've got the path. And then I keep reading, and when I see a new line, I know I've got the HTTP version, right? And so I do that. And once I've got those three, because those are my first three and they're all on the same line and they're separated by spaces. So you can see here, I hit the new line and I'm like, okay, HTTP version all read in. And I read it character by character. I put it into a buffer of characters. And when I see that I've hit either the space or the new line, I take my buffer of characters and I dump it into a string, which is the car pointers up here: method, path, HTTP version. And so this line ends up becoming the string. Okay. Hang on, Pure, I couldn't stay yesterday, but left myself lurking. Can I get a TLDR on what we're up to? I'm creating an HTTP server in C so that we can build a mud game for you guys to play with chat. And I wanna use Vamp's chat widget stuff to make it so you guys can do commands and stuff in chat, or just go on the website and play the game, or both if you want, right? Just make it really fun. He does have subs and gifts visibility on screen, I believe. I just haven't set it up. I'll do the gift goal widget next, Vamp. Yeah, I'll play around with that next. Maybe later today even. I'm not sure, but I'll get to it soon because I'd like to replace that goal widget, make it nicer. Is there always a line break before the body? Yes. So the body is EOD. The body is differentiated by its so right here, you're gonna see four things: /r/n/r/n body. It's always like that. And so this is where the content length comes in, because you're asking this question at exactly the right time. So that's the first line, and then I go line by line, and then I switch it up. right? So line by line, I switch it up and I look for the semicolon here. And so I go read until you hit the semicolon, the first semicolon, and only the first semicolon, right? And once you've hit the first semicolon, that's your key. And then take the semicolon and skip the next one. I skip the empty space, right? Because at that point I'm at this position and I don't care about the space here, right? So I skip the next position and then I start reading again from here, and then I go till new line. And once I hit new line, I know I've got my value. And so I can go through all of my headers regardless of the order they're in, and I can parse out all of my key value pairs for all of my headers. The important one here is content length. And this is, again, where the safe string to integer comes into play, because I read this in as a string, but this content length is going to tell me how much beyond the body do I need to read in order to get to the actual body. Like, how much beyond the request string, all of this. Once I've hit this, how much further do I need to look to get the full body? Right? And it already tells me that comes packaged in as part of your browser sending a request. It figures out what your form or your submission data looks like, and then it automatically adds a content length. And so once I have this, the content length, so I keep going, get all my key value pairs, and here I just print them out to demonstrate that I have them. And so now what I can do, I clear my string buffer, and I start reading bytes, all the bytes read, minus the content length. So I go back from the end of the request body, I go back to the content length, like I subtract content length and I start there. So hopefully that means I start right here, right? And then I read forward again to the end, and that becomes my body, right? That's the body. It's the body of the body, right? Because there's the body of the HTTP request, and then there's the body of my submission data. And so by skipping back using content length and reading forward again to the end, I get my submission data body. And so here it is, body, right? And so I spit this out. So if you look at it here, here it is right here, body. Okay. And then all I have to do is as I read, well, first here, I want to make sure that I have a method and a path so that there's like, I don't want weird wonky requests. And then all I have to do is read through the key value pairs. So when I do that, where is first here? Okay. So right in here, when I detect that I've done like a post, put, or patch request, I start reading through my form body in a very similar fashion as I read it just now for the headers, for these guys. So I'll start reading. Okay. I initially start reading it as key, right? So there's my key. Then I hit equals, and I know my key is done. And so that's the name of my key. Now I switch over. You can see here I set a flag, right? I turn on a flag and I go, okay, key is done. Set the flag. I'm now looking for value. Now I continue reading one at a time, one character at a time. I read it, I put it into the string buffer. And once I see the ampersand, then I switch flags. Okay, my value is done. I'm done reading the value. I'm going to go back to key now. And it just continues through all of this, okay, until I get all my keys and all my values. And I just keep going and going and going until I'm done. And then at the very, very end, I'm going to be left with a value here. There's still a value remaining, because at the very end, what should happen, hopefully, is I've triggered the value read, and whether this is an empty value or a new line or whatever it is, or it does have a value here, my last value will just exist out here because it's outside of the loop, right? I just never cleared it. I don't care really about the end. At the end, it will just be that, right? So at this point now, I have all the key value pairs actually stored as key value pairs in an array. I believe this is an array of keys and values. And I can set limits. Like I can say, I only want to read a maximum of 10 keys and values, right? I should be able to, I'll make this a little bit nicer. But that means that I also have control over what I read. So if I see a key that I don't really care for, I just don't deal with it, or I ignore it and I jump over, to the next one. Or if the value doesn't really make sense to me now, I can just make sure that, I just don't read the value. I don't do anything with the value, right? I don't have to. I can do other safety checks, like making sure that there's only a certain amount of characters in a value and a certain amount of characters in a key, right? Like people aren't sending me these like long, weird, key value strings, whatever, right? I can start adding checks to this and greatly restrict it, because all I really care about is what's relevant to the game. This isn't general purpose. So at this point, I have a way to read all of the key values. I have a way for you to submit a form or submit your actions. I want to move here. I want to do an attack. I want to say this. I want to shout it out in the world. Muds do this thing where you can like shout and everyone can hear it. Whatever it is, we can include that here. We can restrict what it looks like. We can take strings and rip out stuff that we find unsafe. Maybe particular characters, whatever, and just make it nice for the game. And now what we can do is take these and start acting on them. If you send a command like move up, move down, or however we want to structure this, we'll figure it out, then we can now act on it, because we can go through the list of keys and values and say, did you say move? Oh, you did. Which direction, right? Your key is move and equals direction, up, down, left, right, northeast, southwest, whatever it is, right? Did you attack? And then who, right? Maybe a target or something like that, right? We can start to figuring that out. And then what we'll do is, based on these actions, we'll send write commands to our SSC clients. So there's right here. So we can send write commands and just iterate over our SSE clients, which we stored in an array of SSE clients. And their never-ending connection, which only comes from the server. It's only one way. So the server just dumps data onto them. Now that's going to start sending data to them. We're going to start sending them HTML. And because browsers are stupid fast at taking chunks of HTML and rendering them dumb fast, that's all we have to do. So now we can just start writing the HTML that we like inside of the C code base, and we can just start shipping it over to the clients. The nice thing about this too is that now somebody like Laugh, who might want to come and participate in the creation of this game, can write an external C file that's just the game. So it would be like this. It'd be, where did it go? It'd be here, right? So I could take this C file that runs my little, 2D game on the browser right now, the C file, and I can just directly call this game file directly. This was a single header file library, just done, right? And so I can do that and alongside this. And now I can funnel commands and actions and map them to commands and actions in the game. So if I see that in my form request somebody wants to move equals up, I take that and I say in this code base, like a mapping code base, what is this equivalent to in my game file, like in my game C file? Oh, it's equivalent to the move up action, or the move up function, I mean. And so I use that and I pass that in to the game code, and then the game code updates its state and it does like, okay, I'm going to move this character up or wherever it is. Oh, you can do it, you can't do it, it's blocked, whatever it is. And I just have to make sure now that I map in all of this server stuff with the actual game stuff, and I can take it, separate it, and put in an entirely different game. And as long as these things are mapped, I always have a way to receive actions, fire and forget actions. So from the client, all they have to do is just fire off a request, and they don't even have to check for success, just fire off requests, right? Super like move up, attack, etc., right? And don't listen to the request. You don't need to hear a response. If there is a successful response or something happens, you're going to get it from your SSE, which is a constant TCP connection, and the server is going to tell you whatever you need to know, and it's just going to dump HTML on you. And then you can have like immediate mode, GUI stuff where you just dump the entirety of the page and take the new page and place it on top. browsers will be stupid fast with that. So now you can have like animations, you can have attacks, etc., etc. So this is the point where I'm at now. I have to look at things like doing states, so that I can make sure that if you're in a particular state on the server, then it does X, Y, or Z states within the game, mapping those states together. Yeah, this is becoming a bit of a project, a bit more of a project than I thought it would be initially. But there you go. That's what we're doing while I'm unemployed. All right. Um, have you considered using a state machine? Yes, Vamp. Yeah, I have. I might want to do it for this. Yeah. What's up, Steelman? Yeah, it's Steelman sending binary code over there. What's up, Emmett? Can you please use some damn colors? No. No, get your own stream if you want me to do that. You can do it on your stream. I'm not doing it on mine. Colors break me. Please use rainbow brackets. This is unreadable. You guys are jerks, you know that? You guys are so mean to me. Yeah, you guys are so mean to me. Don't understand why. Don't understand why. Here, I'll put up some AI science. Okay, so there you go. That's where I was at. That's where I got to. Um, I've got I gotta figure out like the game code and stuff. What I want to do for the game code, and I also would like to figure out how I'm gonna send the SSE clients requests back to them. Maybe I should do that first and just make sure that I have a complete loop. You send, and you as a client send to my server, and my server can send back to you. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's where I'm at. Okay. Um, looks like Laugh wants to join. Let me get Laugh on the call here. One sec. Okay, we'll do this. All right. How's it going, man?
Oh God.
Yeah. Yeah, oh God is right. Okay. I think you're on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on. Okay. How's it going, brother?
Yeah, not bad.
Good, good.
You sound really tired, dude.
I am. I'm dead, but
I didn't really notice until I put my headphones on.
yeah.
I've got a comment on your threading thing, and you're gonna hate it.
No, no, no.
Can you show me where you create the thread, please? Is is this in the response code? So like this is after a request has come in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is bad. Because what you're doing, right, is every time a request comes in, you create a new thread and then destroy it afterwards. And creating and destroying threads is quite an expensive process. So this is why people make thread pools.
Oh.
Right?
Right.
So you just have a small pool, right? And then you have a little job list. And here's the really scary thing is you're probably gonna need like a semaphore, which sounds scary, but it's really just gonna be the list, the number of threads that are currently free, right? And if it's 0, then you can't dispatch it, and you've just got to save the request that came in, so that as soon as another thread is finished and it goes back in the pool, then it can pull. Yeah, Ghost is right, multi-threaded rabbit hole, because this is all right that you've got now, but it will see performance issues, and And like, what does the detach thing actually do? I've never I've never done threading in C.
Well, if you okay, for um
I
my
should look it up.
understanding is that it's a delayed detachment. It's like free. You set free, and then once you're done with it, then you like when the socket closes, for example, because you attach the socket here.
Okay. So yeah. So it basically cuts like the umbilical cord,
Right.
so that when that thread finishes, it just tidies itself up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because that what you'd want to do is instead of doing that, keep the thread around, but it'll just be sitting there doing nothing, and then you assign it, you you rerun it and assign it like a packet that came in. You don't have to do this right now. Like if you want to in your stream, you just want to get on with whatever you were doing. That's fine because what you've got clearly works. But when you're offline, have a look into like doing a little thread pool. You only need like I don't know, just have a tiny pool like 8 threads or something like that to start out with.
Okay. So I would just create a bunch of these, and my file descriptor would be the socket, the connection of the client, and then I'd attach these two together.
Yeah, you just make a little struct and then hand it off, and then you also need to keep you need to keep that around if the pool's like empty,
Yeah.
because you want to store that somewhere and then continue the loop because something else might come in, and then you're gonna have to store that one and then do the loop again, and then as soon as at the top you'll be before you handle the things, you'll be checking to see if the thread pools got any free threads
Right.
that you can hand off the weight to.
Right. And if it doesn't, then you would want to queue the request. Put it in a queue
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
for processing.
Yeah, it's really damn simple. Like, you're not doing anything super complex, but it would waste a lot of time on your stream right now.
Right.
So you don't really need to do it now. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
But it's definitely something you should look into doing, I think.
Okay. Then I shall. I'll look at it offline.
Because you're all about doing things efficiently and stuff. So
Yeah.
I saw this and that was my first take on it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's cool though. You've done a lot since last night, dude.
Yeah. Well, when I'm like, answering messages from people who are being very helpful, and I'm just trying to jump on opportunities if they arise, and a little bit of stress too doesn't help with sleep, right? Or lack thereof. So I'm like, okay, I might as well just plug
Yeah.
away on this a little bit, and got it to this point. So show it off.
Also,
Yeah.
how robust is your parser code?
It is not, it's
Like,
not,
what if I span up a TCP connection and just started sending it random characters, or like I send you malformed things on purpose?
I would just
I'm
ignore it.
gonna crash your server. Yeah, but what if I just have a line that's just all colons?
Um,
How's it gonna work with that? Am I gonna crash it?
are you gonna, yeah, you might actually. Yeah. Because I expect to see it.
Yep.
I expect to see it. I expect to see. Okay, so there's really only two ways that you can break it, I guess. So one way is to send in additional headers and do weird stuff with the headers, because I headers, like it or not, headers are going to be formed. Like you can't send on the left side, you can't send a header that has a semicolon in
Yeah, I
it?
can. Yeah, I can. I can just open a TCP connection in any language I want and just start sending
I
garbage.
suppose you could. Yeah, I suppose you could form the headers that way. Yeah, manually. I suppose I'm trusting that if you're coming at this from a browser, that's not going to happen because a browser won't do that.
Right, but that's not what
But
bots and things do they?
yeah,
Like DDAVO when he was attacking you thing before,
freaking
he's gonna
DDAVR. Yeah,
crash your server.
yeah. And you know DDAVR is going to try and do this again. Um, that's interesting. Okay. Well, we talk about cybersecurity all the time, so this is actually a really good point. Um, okay. So I would have to.
Yeah, I've done a lot of like parsing things like this, so you know, this is the kind of shit I think about when I see you doing this shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You got. I don't know, man. Like my strategy is usually to like um break it up into chunks. So like it's not particularly efficient. Typically, you break things up into lines, right? And
I
then you go line by line.
I did do that here up here. I read so I started by breaking things up into lines. That I did do that.
Yeah.
And then I break it down further by stuff inside each line.
hmm
So the line becomes the entirety of a header in this case, or the entirety
Let's
of a body.
well, let's start there then. What happens if I just send empty string?
If you just send an empty string as the entirety of the request, like
Yeah, or just a zero or something.
it would go through and do nothing in this case.
How would you line it, split encode handle that?
Because I go through it byte by byte, not like I
Right.
read it byte by byte, and then I put a line. When I see a new line, it becomes a line. I don't read it by line. It's character by character.
Okay. So
So
um
if you sent me an empty or a zero, it would just read the first character, and then none of these conditions would match, and it would just end.
right. I don't know if it's even possible to send an empty packet, but you know what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
Um, okay, and then if the length of the lines array is zero,
Mm-hmm.
what happens then?
If the length of the lines array is zero, then it can't read any lines, and therefore none of these things that I'm currently printing out will have values. And then right here, I ensure that they have values because I want to see this.
Which means they ensured their value. So if I just send like something with no new lines at all, you know, it's just a bunch of zeros or something.
Yeah. Then it'll stop here because it won't have received like what is your request type, what's your path, and what's your HTTP version. So I won't be able to read that because I don't have an ending, right? So this because there's no new lines, I might get the request type and I might even get the path, but I won't get the HTTP version because there's no new line. It'll just continue
Mm.
reading and never end. And then at the end, I'll be like, well, what's my HTTP version? I don't know. So
Yeah.
then,
Frog's anticipating my next question is what if I send a packet and it's just 2048 new line characters?
um, if it's 2048 line characters, then I will still there might be an overflow, I suppose, on my line counter. Like I don't think I'm checking for an overflow, but even if even if you got past the overflow and it didn't like do anything serious, I would still end up with the inability to.
Like what's seg fault?
Yeah, sure, but I'm just saying, like magic button, even if it didn't. I would
But
still
no,
not
I'm
read.
asking if you're bounds checking basically.
No, I'm not bounds checking. No,
Yeah, well, you
yeah,
need to do that. I just try and ruin your day, dude. Um,
I know.
no,
I know.
I want it to be robust. That's all.
Yeah, no, I get
Um,
it.
yeah, these are the kinds you got things you got. I know you're not. You don't usually write this type of thing, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of trying to put thoughts in your head,
Yeah.
trying to help.
Okay, let me. Okay, to do bounds checking on number of lines. I also thought about the buffer, like the line buffer. What if you sent a really, really, really long line, right?
Hmm.
How's my line by line buffer? How's that? I'm not doing a line by line buffer overflow check.
Well, have you thought about using memset instead of doing that loop?
No, I have not thought about that. No. Let me see here.
I believe it comes from the strings header for whatever reason.
Fill a block of memory.
Yeah, it essentially does the same thing, but it's less code in your file, so it's just like one function.
Memset string. And then,
Yeah, so you just put 0 instead of the dash.
right. Okay. So I could use this to kind of look around the or manipulate the strings that I need to be manipulated properly. Ray,
Yeah, it's just,
this is
just
subsystem Linux on Windows, so it's Linux, yeah.
yeah, it's just good for zero and out stuff, or like you can fill like subsets as well if you wanted to by a bit of pointer arithmetic.
Right.
Yeah, it's a cool function.
Right. Okay. Okay. So I can use that. I can use memset. Memset
Yeah,
2.
all those under that C also a bit of pretty cool things to know about.
Okay. Yeah, I can use some string functions too. I should look at it honestly. Yeah. Because there's probably some string stuff that I'm not considering here. Yeah.
Like the bit at the bottom, dude.
No, no.
Yeah, these things.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're great. I don't know what some of these are, but
Okay.
you got like memset, strlen, right?
Yeah.
String length, scans for the 0. Um,
Okay.
I think mem copies in there as well, and what's the other one? Yeah, string comparison. That's good too.
Yeah, I'm using string comparison. I like that. Okay. All right. This is good. Okay. So I can have a look at this then and make it better. This is quite caveman style, honestly. Because I'm just reading character by character, taking a line and then splitting the line up line by line. And I'm presupposing that everything's going to come from the browser and therefore it's going to be structured the way I expect it to
Yeah,
be
but
structured.
it just means that like an attacker could very easily crash your server by just sending garbage
Yeah.
data.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, some of these functions would be better because then I could do things like quickly find something that I expect to see, like some critical character, or I don't know, something. I'm just using that as an example, but like I can do
Hmm.
quick checks and say if it doesn't exist, then maybe I just need to back out of this whole thing
Well,
right from the start, something like
what
that.
what what I would probably do is have a function to parse the values, right?
Hmm.
And it would parse a line. So do your line split thing. That's pretty cool,
Okay.
right? Make sure it's robust, and then have a function that takes a line, right? And it takes 2 pointers
Yeah.
to the key and the value,
Yeah.
right? And it returns a boolean whether it succeeded or not. And then you do all your error checking, just like if the function worked, then you've got the values from the pointers, right? The out parameters.
Right. Okay.
That's how I would approach it.
Okay.
probably how Travis would approach it too.
Yeah. Okay, that would work. That would work. Emmett, get out of here. Emmett. And coding in Portuguese. That's why I'm unemployed. Yeah.
Wait, is Emmett Arakar Oak?
Yeah, that's our car. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. That's why I asked
God
you to
damn it.
ban him before you found out.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, shut up, Emmett.
Yeah, Emmett, shut up. Yeah. I was gonna say that at 100x programmer sucks, but Vamp beat me to it. Yeah, it sounds like a skill issue. 100x. I'm a high school dropout doing this. All right. What's your excuse? You're probably like a Yale, Harvard educated. Oh man, he's. I don't think he's trolling. Oh man. Yeah, and what about all the CVEs? What about it? What does that mean? Um. Okay. And most of them are because of C. Well, see, the problem with that is that any CVE is because of C, because everything is based on C. So the
Yeah,
question,
most stabbings are because of knives.
yeah, like it's all C. That's not true. Okay, which languages or which systems or whatever are not based on C? And is it a majority of them? Maybe I used the word all. I don't remember right now. I probably used the word all, which is a very, very,
We literally just talked about buffer overflows, and if there's a comment in that you're gonna sort it out.
yeah, yeah. There are programs written in Rust, but right, most of them is in C. What does Rust use under the hood? Like, like how is Rust?
Isn't it self-hosted now?
Is it self-hosted?
But it probably uses I think it uses LLVM for the actual um what's that last step in the bloody compiler mounting shite called? Uh
Oh, gee, I don't know.
when it outputs the actual machine code. Like it's all like LLVM, I think. And they have some other alternate thing in the works, and there was some crap called crane lift or something. I
Yeah,
don't know what's
yeah.
going on with that.
Right, right. And Go is another good example for a language without so many problems, also self-hosted. Um, okay. So Go does not is not a target against C. So Go itself does not say like we want to replace C or do anything with C. So it's not really a fair comparison because the Go is not intended to be like the power of C, right? That's not its intent. Its intent is to be like a productive language. And sometimes you're going to run into some issues where, I don't know, could be like non-performant or something, but it's not really like out to clobber, the powerhouses of the world. It just is what it is. And productivity for developers is what its intent is. And it does that really well, honestly. You can be super productive in Go as long as you just know that like there might be circumstances where Go doesn't do something really well that you might be able to do faster in C or Rust or whatever.
Well, it's about trade-offs, right?
All right. Right. Now, the problem
Well,
with oh, go ahead, go ahead.
well, I was just gonna say it's about trade-offs, and you've decided that the trade-offs with like all this memory safety and developer experience or whatever you want to call it, you decided that stuff is less desirable um than the simplicity of C and the efficiency benefits, you know? Like you see compilers got all these crazy optimizations and stuff, and you, unless you screw up royally, you're pretty much bound to get decent performance, right? And you get to manage your own memory too, which is a desirable thing, right? Because if you keep going down this path, eventually you'll end up writing like your own little allocator library interface thing. Um, and you build up all these nice things.
Yeah.
And you're doing it to challenge yourself also, because part of the point is that you want to learn how to do these things and tackle these problems and be in the mindset whereby you don't necessarily have to worry about buffer overflows so much, because it's just part of the way that you work, is that you guard against that sort of thing, right?
All right.
Rather
So
than having your hand held constantly by all these other things, by the garbage collector and stuff.
right. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So 100x. Sorry, I keep speaking on your behalf, like, but yeah, 100x. It's not that we don't understand, or Spiro doesn't understand the things that you're saying, and it's not that you're incorrect in the things that you're saying either. Some of it's a bit opinionated, like, you said, uh, um,
C sucks.
too much manual
Yeah.
work and makes ways to make bugs is like, I mean, it's partially true, but there's an infinite number of ways to make bugs in any language, right? But there's if I don't know how long you've been here, but if you watch any of Spiro's videos, like, there's informed reasons why he's made the decisions he has and why he's using C for this. Like, we had a whole stream yesterday, right, where he was originally using Bun and then was going to use the FFI to do some stuff in C, and then that didn't work out because of the limitations of the FFI that Bun has. So then it was back to JavaScript. But that would be hypocritical because we complain about JavaScript on the back end.
Yeah.
So now we're just making this a C HTTP server,
Yeah.
There's an actual flow of logic to this. It's not just like bigoted, like, I'm using C because C is the best. Like, it's not a holy war type thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dell is right. We're using this as a way, as a methodology for, or not a methodology. We're using this as a way to learn about the stuff that I don't know in particular, because I don't know a lot of things. I don't know what goes into an HTTP server. I don't know what a lot of these memory safety issues even are. So if I was, let's say, for example, that I agreed with you that Rust is like, um, I don't know, like objectively like better in a lot of ways. Let's just magic button it, right? Rust is objectively better. Um, if I was to step into Rust and just accept that fact that it saves me from certain problems, I don't even know what those problems are. And I'm talking like in real time right now. There are a lot of these buffer overflow issues and the way that C operates in terms of like trying to parse strings or things like that. I don't truly know what goes on there. So when Rust or any other language comes to me and says, "I've solved the problem for you. We can parse strings like it's nothing." And I'm like, "Hey, that's great." But in the back of my head, I go, "I don't know what this means. Like, what does that mean? What is it that what is that safety that you're trying to afford me, right?" So I can't actually make an educated decision. And the point of my streams, like what Dale laughingly here is saying, it's I don't know if he, yeah, so he shows up as Dale on Discord, and it throws me off all the time. So laughingly is saying here, he's in chat. If he pops up, you can talk to him too. But what he's trying to say is that the point of these streams is to, yeah, there he is to try and make sense of what you don't know. So we go into the weeds here, and we do things like this because the tech industry as a whole just favors too much going into solve a bunch of problems for you, and then you don't need to understand what's going on underneath. So like 100x, did you know that these kinds of issues that I'm suffering from are issues in C, or did you just like skip them and go, well, Rust solves X issue. I don't know what X issue is, and thankfully I don't have to know what it is. And that's the difference, is that programmers go, thankfully I don't have to know what the problem is. But I argue that you do, you should, as much as possible. That doesn't mean that you ultimately will decide to continue using C and putting it on some production server or whatever. Maybe you don't. But at least you can have an educated understanding of why you're using what you're using and where the problem spaces lie. Because if you don't, then you just have a bunch of people who solve problems for you, and we end up where we are today, where nobody understands what's going on under the hood. They all reach for their safety, comfy little blankets to make them feel safe at night while they code, and then they can ship to production really fast. And then any problem that arises, you just ignore it because, well, I don't even know what the problem is, and we'll fix it later, and let's just ship it fast, and all of that. So it's a like this is the reason why a lot of programmers today are neutered, not because they're stupid. I mean, some of them are. Look at this guy, but some of them are really really smart and they don't understand, right? So that's why I do what I do on here.
And firmware programming, that's pretty badass, dude. Um,
Jeez, man.
so like you said though, it can be fun to learn this. You just wouldn't do it for production. Like as a general rule, like that's kind of okay or agreeable, right? There are some things where you would want to do it yourself for the reasons that Spiro just said, and but another reason why this is kind of cool what he's doing, right? Because how often do you see people doing this type of thing on a stream or um I don't know, just in some kind of public light, right? Like you could do it with firmware stuff, right? People would find that interesting and find it inspiring, you know. Um, and another example is Travis. Like, I don't know if he's around today, but
Yeah.
he's doing like a game engine in C with Vulkan, and he gets loads of viewers, man. Like people joining, following his streams all the time, and people find it inspiring, and they look at what he's doing, and they go off and try and do their own, and um,
Yeah.
but I do think it is important to like have little side projects like this where you challenge yourself, you know, so you're not just stuck at like a sort of midwit programming bell curve, you know, gobbledygook.
Yeah.
You know, you got to improve, dude.
Yeah.
It's especially true for these types of jobs where you're working on computers, because if you do something with your hands, right, you do that kind of craft. Um, there's like a motor skill that you're exercising. But it's kind of different. You don't have that kind of tactile sort of experience where you notice improvement and stuff. So it's easy to what's the word I'm looking for? Like it's easy to become like stale and overly comfortable in what you're doing, and I don't think enough people try and challenge themselves. You know, they seek comfort with the comfy borrow checkers and the garbage collectors and stuff. And that's not to say that those things are entirely useless. It's just it seems to me detrimental to have those things as as paramount. You know, to hold those things and such high regard, and it's for them to be so desirable, and that's what you default to, what you reach for first. Um,
Yeah.
but as I say, it's all a matter of trade-offs. And um, again, that kind of supports my argument actually, because in order to make good decisions, you have to be able to understand what the pros and cons of the trade-offs you're making are. So the kind of the deeper you get into a particular niche, like I don't know, like writing a web server or writing a game engine or implementing some kind of tricky algorithm, um, the better you're gonna understand um, how to make trade-offs and get the results that you want. You know, it's like it's like learning about like basic data structures. You know, like how a hash map works compared to how a regular sequence array works, right? Um, you you need a brand new programmer is not going to really understand that, and if you just stick them in front of something like Lua or JavaScript that does all that shit for you, um, you're not really going to understand the trade-offs and the differences between them. You know, that's a really sort of trivial example.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling now. Like,
No, it's fine. Yeah, Vamp is in with us. What's up, Vamp? How are you doing?
Hello.
uh,
Really sleepy.
Yeah. By the way, Vamp.
Just thought I'd say hi.
Yeah, no. I just want to thank you. Because I've delayed using LiveJoiner for so long. I don't know, years maybe. You've been telling me about it for years, and I keep threatening to do it, and I never do. But like the tools you've built it's pretty straightforward and simple, and it works really really well. So thank you.
Yeah, I hope it's useful for you.
Yeah, it is. It already is. Yeah, I'm gonna replace the goal widget. I want to give you some feedback on it, some ideas. I think I already DM'd you earlier today before the stream or something. I sent you some stuff. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah. So I hope I'll shill it because I know you've been working on it for a while and it's super useful. And you
Oh,
should
if you
make
want an
money off of it.
API, there's just unauthenticated WebSocket. You can just connect to that.
Oh, Jesus Christ, no way. You have that already? Oh,
Well, that's how the chat works.
bro. All right, I'll have to get that from you because I want to play around with that. That would be so much fun because that's what I
If you
want to
just
do.
look, if you just look in the network tab in the chat, well, in any of the widgets actually,
Yeah,
there's a WebSocket it connects to,
yeah.
and all the messages go there. So that's
Oh
simple.
man. Okay. Okay, so I could read that. Okay, okay. I could read that and read chat out of that.
Yeah,
And
you can
then
read that in C as well. Probably.
with the thread pool and everything, yeah.
dude, that'd be kind of dope, really,
It would
to
be.
have your own little. But then, how you gonna get that stuff out onto the screen, right? That's because you've
Um,
now you're gonna be like embedding SDL into like a fork of this, and
well, I don't have to. If I can read through the WebSocket, I can connect to it with anything, which means I could just spin up a stupid little bun server and read that.
oh my god, you're making microservices now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Look, all I have to do is purchase a Kubernetes cluster with Docker.
Oh,
Okay?
hey, dude, this is amazing, dude. We've literally gone through the thought processes that people go through, and even though we've rejected most of them,
We
like, how
keep going back,
ridiculous
yeah.
is it? Like, god damn it! Like, we're demonstrating like why everything sucks.
Yeah, because that's how easy it is, right? Because that's the thought process is look at how easy it is. All I have to do is spin this up. It's so easy, right? And then you go, you import a bunch of problems with that and you don't think it through. So I actually like you. I was joking. I wouldn't actually do that. I would want to do it. I'd want to do it with C. I actually would want to read it with C. And I could, if I did want to spin up a service, I would just spin up a service in C on my local machine and read it, and then pop it on
Nice.
screen.
AI science not working.
Is it
Also, Mr. 100x, like, your criticisms are very welcomed, by the way. You know.
is it not working?
I hope I didn't annoy you with my rants or anything, but like, I do appreciate that kind of attitude, you know?
Yeah. Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't. You can go to hell.
Vamp, as much as we like to completely treat each other like absolute garbage, you're a solid bro. You're a solid dude. I like you, but that's the only time you're ever going to hear that from me. And now get back to
Yeah,
your
it's the
dumpster.
second time you've said it though.
Oh shit, you're right. Shit. It didn't happen unless you clipped it. Yeah.
I like that anatomy of a Mexican car thing. That's funny.
Yeah, that one was good. Why'd you make that one go away? Bring it back.
Okay. Well, I have like an admin panel. I can do that. Oh no,
Also, where are the damn cow ones?
I don't know. I couldn't find it. It like disappeared somewhere. I'm gonna have to go back to like somebody's, maybe Abe's Discord or something, and go track them down.
I love that.
Why does that cyborg look like Abraham Lincoln?
Because of the Abe Dinkus on YouTube. We did that for
Oh,
him.
he requested it?
He didn't request it, but I did it because I wanted to make fun of him. Shut up, Emmett. Shut it.
Oh.
Yeah, I wanted to make fun of him, so I built one because he has like the beard and the hat and stuff on his streams. So it was just a fun way to make fun of him.
Huh.
Okay, let me try something here.
You
Here,
can avoid a lot of the memory, like the overflow issues,
yeah.
if you have a state machine that just changes its state based on each character. And for example, if you're like, you can have a state in, so the initial state would be in, what's that? It's not a header, it's the request line, I guess. Let me see what it's officially called.
That kind of sounds like you're implementing regex.
No, because you won't have any backtracking.
Right. Oh, I see what you're saying. So that then you wouldn't have to run through it once to split the lines, and then you could just do it in one pass.
And it would take up the least amount of memory, but it might be a bit slow. But I think you can accelerate it if you do some tricks. Yeah, the request line. So in request would be your initial state, and then you would expect to get uppercase and lowercase A to Z, I guess. And then when you get a space, well, when you get anything that's not A to Z or a space, you throw an error. You stop parsing at that point.
Oh, I'm pinning that.
And then if you get a space, well, if you get A through Z, you append that to a pre-allocated array that's, let's say, 100 characters long, but only if you're not at the 100th character, only if you're short of that. And at this point, if you use this, you would also have, you'd throw an error if there's a 0 in there, or just a non-alphabetic character, right? Like you'd even be covering that issue where there's a 0 in the actual input data. So then you hit a space, then you change your state to after method. Oh yeah, in method would be the initial state, then it would be after method. And when you're in the after method state and you get a non-space character, then you are in path. And then the path, again, you would be, whenever you are in path, you would be appending each character to a pre-allocated character array. And then unless you've gone beyond a certain length, which you could hard code, basically, let's just say you won't allow paths that are longer than 200 characters, and that's not because of the HTTP standard, that's just because of you're making limitations on your engine, right? Because it's supposed to be decently correct but fairly limited, or it's supposed to be consciously limited. And then when you hit a space, then you are in the state after path.
Yeah.
And then I guess at that point, when you hit a non-space, oh, and when you are in the path, you are filtering out for you are filtering out some characters like zeros and anything below 32 and any weird characters, weird unexpected stuff. You're filtering that out, and well, not filtering out, but if you are hitting one, then you are throwing an error, and then so the next state is after path, and then if you hit a non-space, then you are in, I don't know, HTTP version or something. And then when you hit a new, if you are in HTTP version and you hit I guess a carriage return, then you would make that a state. And then when you hit new line, then you would be in the state in header name.
Right.
But at any point, if you hit an unexpected character, like for example, if your request looks like get space carriage return new line, no, you'd throw an error because that would be an unexpected character at that point. And so notice that so far you've not allocated any memory. You've only used that pre-allocated 200 character buffer or whatever. You can make it 1K.
Right.
And there is no allocation, there is no memory leak, and there is no overflow either because you are always bounce checking that buffer, right? And you have so your state consists of an integer that's the ID of the state, the buffer, and the position in the buffer so far. And I think you'll need two buffers because when you have a header, you'll need the the key and the value. And then when you actually hit the body, what you can do there is you can have a callback for each chunk of data. And I don't know, like you have to somehow manage that data in chunks. That would, like, you can make this a separate component, like the actual HTTP parsing code could be a struct or essentially a class, but because you're in C, you'd use a struct and some methods, right? You'd have a struct HTTP parser, which would have enum state, char string value, or you can make it key and value, I guess, char key and char value, and they're both 1K or something. And then you have position or string position. And then you have a method, HTTP parse chars or characters. And it would just go through that with a for each.
Right.
And the struct itself can also have. Are you writing this? Can you share screen here? Because there's a delay on YouTube.
Yeah, I gotcha. Hang on. One sec. Let me just do this. Yeah, I might as well share it on Discord. One sec, folks. So if I do this, I go share screen, and I go over to this one, and I do share.
Oh, you don't have to type def an enum, by the way. You don't even need to type def struct. If you look at the Linux code, they always use just use the struct. The type def thing is actually like if you want to be hardcore Linux kernel level, you never use the type def.
You just
You
go
can basically
struct.
where is it? The state there, you can just do enum accolade, then you list the enums, and then you close the accolade and then state. And whenever you access it, it's just going to be http.state.
So it would just be hang on, I did this wrong.
No, it would be inside the struct.
Oh, it would be in it. Oh. Oh, you can do that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a modern C thing. I just use it and it doesn't throw an error. So I don't know exactly when it was added.
So, okay, so you can literally, and then you just go like
Yeah,
state.
state or state ID or whatever, because state technically, I mean, the whole struct is the state, but I think it's more correct to be state ID. Then you have in method,
Damn, I didn't know you could do
after
this.
method. Yeah. In path, after path, in version, after version, I guess that's
Yeah,
I think that's what that's called.
yeah.
And in header key.
Yeah, it would be key, and then it'd be after maybe
Um,
header key.
I don't know. I don't. Well, I don't know what the specification says about spaces in a key.
It's got
Because
to
if
be
you encounter,
this. It's like
yeah, but
this.
see how is that? There's never a space before the colon or this. Is that? I think it's semicolon, right?
The semicolon, yeah. No, it's always after. So the semicolon indicates the end of the key. So new
Um,
line, key, semicolon, value with a space, semicolon
you could
space,
be
right?
generous. Well, okay. Why don't you make it? You could be generous and just say that you can accept a space before the semicolon. So you'd just add an extra state for that and an extra switch. So after header key, then you got after header semicolon.
Okay.
Like the way you design this state machine would be you look at the actual traffic and you kind of just imagine yourself going character by character and imagining how the state would change internally.
Right. I know
Um,
what you're saying because I kind of had this thought just a little bit. If you look at what I did here, I have flags, and these flags are kind of my state to determine what I'm looking for in my key value pairs. It's
oh,
similar.
and keys and values, what is that? Is that the headers?
No, after I've read the headers, then I need to take the content length, and that determines how much more I need to read after the end of the header body, and then I have to read this many more characters, 30 in this case, and that becomes the actual request, which is mapped to. I'll just show you real quick so you know. It's mapped to me
I think you
submitting a
can.
form.
Oh, okay. So it's form keys and values.
Yeah, it's form keys and values. Yeah.
I think you can kind of layer another layer on top of it. Like there's the raw parsing layer, and then there's the part that actually interprets the headers, and then there's the part that, well, I think that's the same part that also deals with chunked encoding and all that. And then the part that actually reads the content, right? Like there's like three layers to just dealing with one request, I think.
You'd have to read the headers. You have to read the headers. You do some checks. You could do some checks on the headers. Like, do I have headers that after I've parsed
Well,
it?
yeah, I'm not saying that they would work in sequence. I'm saying they would work as kind of like pipes, like programs, like you know how you pipe to a program, but you pipe
Oh,
chunk by chunk.
right,
So then there will be a layer that kind of separates, kind of figures out the incoming data, and then with callbacks or some other mechanism passes it to another layer, to another class, I guess,
right.
and then that one does its job, but it does its job as it's receiving data. Like it's not loading anything into memory. It's just doing its job bit by bit. Like it's a different state machine other than this one. Or you could make it all in one structure, I guess. But it's actually just to get something going. You can just kind of parse just the header and the body, and that's kind of it. Like just to kind of see that it works, you can just do that.
Right. Parse the
Um,
header first, and then I could I don't even need to have what you're saying is I don't have to go all in and do a state machine right this second for the body. I could just do the header
yeah,
first. Right.
yeah. So you would just make this state machine and some callbacks, and the callbacks would be received, um, like received method, or like top, what's it called, the top header thing,
It received
the request
yeah, request
name,
type, path, method, yeah.
request line. Yeah, received, that would be one callback. Another callback would be received header. Do you know how to do callbacks?
I think they're just function pointers, like
Well, yeah,
void function pointers, and then you just pass in a function to it.
yeah. You can also have, because it's a parser, you can have them be non-void. And if they return something that's not a zero, you can actually stop parsing, because you can. It's basically like an early exit. Because, for example, if it receives a header that it doesn't like, or actually, if it receives a method that it doesn't want to handle,
Yeah.
you can just return -1 or something, or just non-zero, and then it could stop parsing at that point.
Okay.
And the enums would be, so after header semicolon, in header value, and then
Yeah, in header
let's see,
value.
in
That's
header
right.
value.
I guess it'd be well after
See, after
header value, you're technically in header key unless you're at the body of the request.
No. You are after header value. You'd be expecting, when you're in header value and you receive a carriage return, then you are after header value. And then when you are in that state and you receive a new line, then you are after, you are in header key, I suppose.
In
Again,
right.
and if
In
you're in header key and you receive a carriage return, then
yeah,
you are in
right.
kind of before body,
Before
and
body, that's right.
you're waiting for a new line. So you have to have a state, just because of the carriage return and a new line. You have to have a state for each of those, right? And then the way
Right.
it would work, you'd just have a function that's HTTP state machine input. They input characters, or you could even have just one function that's just input character by character. But if you input a whole string, it's actually more advantageous. You can do some optimizations there, because, for example, you can read a whole header in one optimized loop. But that's, I guess, you could just do it character by character initially, just to figure out how to get it working.
All right. Okay, and then once I hit, yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay.
But you'll notice that, and there's a second buffer. So it's the char pointer key and value. Those, I would just make a char key 1024 and char value 1024, and not a pointer, because these are statically allocated.
Right.
And you don't need the buffer, because you can just use the value when you're parsing the
Right.
method and whatnot. You can just reuse the same
Right.
one of those two buffers.
Right. Okay. Okay.
So you would write a function that takes a character, does a switch of state ID, and then for each state, for every state, it does another switch of, or maybe an if, it depends, of the actual character, or of the current character, and then it decides how the state would change, or if it's an error,
Yeah.
And you can have an error code for that function. It's if it returns a non-zero, then you ideally you'd have an error system, right? Like each error would represent something, but you can just do a fprintf standard error, and you can make that
Right.
in directly in the parser code initially.
Right.
And
Okay.
and you'll notice there's no allocation, right? So far you've not allocated and you've bounds checked. Well, you haven't just not in this code, but in what I explained.
Right.
Uh, no allocation. There's bounds checking. There's limitations, I guess, that you can live with. 100. You can have a buffer here, like if you really want to have header values or keys that are more than 1024. You can have a dynamic buffer, which is another thing that you might need if you're doing networking code. Some kind of buffer that you can constantly push data to, and it's constantly expanding. And you can have a printf method in there as well, like a buffer printf. You might need that at some point, but that's for later, I guess.
Yeah, I could see why. But yeah, I don't think I need it right this second, but I could see where you're going with that. Yeah. You could make it a
You
little bit more dynamic that way.
Yeah, you might benefit from it for when you're responding to the uh, server sent events thing. Although I don't know exactly what. Are you just making like a chat server between clients, or are
It's
there?
it's okay. It's super easy breakdown of it. Hopefully, super easy breakdown. If I explain this correctly, you're on the browser. You're playing. I don't know, this game, right? You play this game, and it's multiplayer, and then somebody in chat, or I don't know. It doesn't matter where from. It does not matter. Somebody wants to play the game. They're a player in the game. They want to send an action because they want to move, right? They want to move up. They just fire off a request. It's just a form request like this. It's just a form, which I package up into a structured, expected thing. I can do this on the client side on the browser. I package it up however is appropriate for my HTTP server. I fire off the request and I don't even listen for a response. It's just one endpoint and I just fire it off. I want to move up. Here's who I am. I want to move up. Done. The SSE is this guy. This is it's called an event source, but it's a
Yeah, I know
TCP.
that.
Yeah, it's a TCP thing.
Rumble has one.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. So it's just a TCP connection, just like the request I sent with the form, except it's constantly on. That's the only difference. Well, and the second difference is that you can only receive messages, you can't send them. So you fire off requests, they're super short-lived, super fast. The game engine determines whether the request is appropriate after I've done all of this parsing stuff, right? I asked the game, here's the request that was received. I've parsed it. It all checks out. It's not a bad request. Nobody's trying to break in, whatever. Game, can this person move up? And the game says yes or no. And then I use the SSE to write back to my whichever client or all the clients, depending on what happened. And they just receive a chunk of HTML. It's just all the HTML just shipped back, right back to the browser. And then the browser just eats all that up and just re-renders the game for you.
Wait. Who's sending the HTML? Your server?
My server, yeah.
Why do you need HTML?
Because it's going to run in the browser. And
Well,
the fastest way to see, this is part of the problem with the web. Everybody thinks that the way to do reactive applications and whatnot is to do these kind of sparse, pick an element, send raw data back or send serialized data back, and then go into the browser and write some JavaScript code to pick particular elements and update them. And my argument here, the reason why I'm doing it this way, the reason why I did the game this way, is that you don't need to do that. Not always, at least. In fact, very few times you need to do that. The browser has been around for a really long time, and it has become stupidly performant on doing HTML.
Okay.
Right?
I hear you.
Right.
Right there with you, big guy. Then you'll definitely need one of those expanding buffer things so you can render the HTML into it.
So, but that's
Not
not
here, not here. Like
right.
as a separate
Right.
uh, sub project, right? You'll need another struct that's you can call it buffer, I guess, and then you'll have a function buffer in it, and then buffer append. You can even have buffer grow if you want to pre-allocate, and then you can have buffer printf, which would just use the printf syntax, but it would append to the buffer as much as it needs. There's also a way to get I think if you pass sn printf the first two parameters 0, it gives you the length it would need. So you can call that once, and then you can allocate, and then you can call it twice or the second time to actually render it. Yeah, see if pointer to a buffer, the buffer should have at least n. Okay, go to n. Let's see what n says. The generated string n minus 1. No, I think let me see. Maybe that's not the proper.
Could I not just do
Yeah,
this? Could I not just do
but
what I'm doing here, which is just a const car, which has the return data, the stuff that gets sent, and then just write that?
Wait, hang on.
Because I'm just writing back to a socket, right?
no, that only works here because that's a literal, right? But what you need
Oh,
eventually is
You need a
you
buffer.
just need to make a dynamic array. Like, it's really not hard. Travis in Kohi's got like a really cool example of one.
okay.
Like, you'll understand how it works because I read the code for it. Then I went in Travis's chat and was like, "Hey, does this work like this?" And he was like, "Yeah, it does."
Okay.
Like, it's
Well,
really
if you
good.
can understand it, then I can understand it.
Oh, fuck you.
Okay.
Yeah, because you'll eventually want dynamic array anyway. It's like
I
it's
don't.
not hard to do, but you know, it's one of those things that everyone should give it a go once.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah. I've never actually had to do one in C. Let me see if I can find one here. Core maybe? Would it be in core? Tools? Could be tools. Let's see core.
No, it's in SRC
Um,
The functions
containers.
snprintf and vsnprintf do not write more than size bytes, including the terminating null byte. If the output was truncated due to this limit, then the return value is the number of characters
No,
excluding the terminating null byte, which would have been written to the final string if enough space had been available. So that's how that would work, right? Like you'd call snprintf with a 0 buffer length. It gives you the amount of characters that it would have printed. You should look at the actual man page because I think this one's kind of incomplete.
okay.
If yeah, just perfect, exactly. Do it in the terminal.
Well, yeah, okay. I think it's SN printf, right? It's not
Yeah, it
printf.
doesn't matter because it's all on the same man page.
Okay, okay.
And if you go look for return value with uppercase.
I didn't know
Yeah, see.
libc had man pages.
Oh yeah. I think you have
That's
to have
cool.
it installed, but see the second paragraph there.
The functions snprintf and vsnprintf do not write more than size bytes, including the terminating. Okay, so it includes the terminator. If the output was truncated due to this limit, then the return value is the number of characters excluding the terminator, which would have been written if enough space had been available. I see.
Yeah.
So you can. So that's why you set it to 0. You start that your first step is set it to 0. You get to see how big it is. It kind of gives you an indication of how big it is. Then you
Exactly.
use that to feed it back into, now I need an array of X size.
Now you know how much to reallocate the buffer.
Right.
I wouldn't use the word array because it's a bit confusing because as far as I know, and I kind of remember from when they taught us C, they teach you arrays before they teach you pointers, so then you're confused when you get to pointers. But I think they should teach you pointers first, and then arrays is just like this facility that C gives you on top of pointers. It's not the other way around.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I call it buffer, anyways.
Right. Buffer. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Travis's code, by the way, I think it's D array you should be looking at.
D array? Okay, let's
Yeah.
have a look. So not K array. Can I
Yeah, I
just
think K array's like a bunch of like helper functions he's got.
okay.
I think if I remember right.
Yeah, see, this one's kind of full featured, right? So you can create it.
Right.
I'm sure the length can be 0, right? Oh, he has like an allocator. Okay, I mean, okay.
Yeah,
Is
Travis
this in
knows
the
what he's doing.
kernel or something? Is this an OS?
No, it's
No,
a
it's
game
game
engine.
engine. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've never seen K allocate, so I'm assuming that's
It's his own
like a
allocator.
yeah, it's his own. And
Yeah.
yeah, and you can use a custom allocator, which you don't need for
Yeah,
now.
you don't need that yet, but he'll get there. Yeah.
Destroy. Okay, that's like a constructor and a destructor. Resize. He should have memory destroy.
So the way it works is when you allocate the array, it allocates a bit of extra space before the actual array data, and that's treated as a header that contains like the length and the capacity and that sort of stuff, like the the meta information. And then it offsets the pointer that it returns by the header size, right? So that returns a basic C array, so you can still use your square brackets and things, right? So you can still do all the subscript operations on it.
Well, it
But
sounds to
then
me
the
like
header
you're
bit is
describing the
text.
allocator.
Well, I mean, allocators work similarly. Well, I mean, that's one strategy for doing it, but that's literally how this dynamic array he made works.
Well, I'm not sure if that makes sense. Can you scroll up to the third function?
Sure. Let me. I gotta count it again because I'm stupid. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, whatever. That one, resize. The resize thing. I think he's just creating a new array, copying, and then destroying the old array.
Well, yeah, but that's for like resizing, yeah.
Well, yeah,
I'm talking about how it's actually structured. Is he doesn't pass a struct around with like the length and all that inside.
Oh, I see. He just returns a void pointer. Okay, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just a regular array in C, but allocated right before it is the header data.
Oh, so
Right.
he subtracts header size, size of the array. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit weird because
Well, it makes a lot of sense.
I'm not sure what the advantage is.
Well, the advantage is that you get to use all the built-in C syntax that that C has for arrays, right? Whereas if it was a struct with a pointer inside, then you wouldn't be able to do that, right? And it avoids having to pass around that extraneous information when you don't need it as well.
You'd have to give an example because I think you can do it either way. You can just access the structs.
I mean, but this is just my take on it anyway. But you're better off asking Travis really when he's around.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you can see he has a reallocation, which by the way in POSIX I think you have realloc. You don't need to free and to allocate the new one and free the old one. The OS does that. I'm not sure where exactly, if it's the OS or if it's like the C library or something, but you already have a reallocation function. And he has like you saw there, he had like a way to expand it, and he might have a way to use the printf syntax as well.
Pop at.
Pop. I don't know what pop would do. Insert at, okay, duplicate, capacity, length, stride.
Set.
And, okay, I think this is a different KD array. That's something
yeah.
else, right? That's a different.
Yeah. Ensure size. This looks more.
It looks like he's. I mean, this kind of looks like some kind of it's in between. Like it's something between an allocator and the thing I was talking about, like a buffer. It's something between an allocator and a buffer.
Yeah, because he's got these functions, right? And he uses the functions to manipulate the array. And I think you're right. It's an allocator, but I'd love to see an example of him using it as like a typical array. That's kind of what I wanted to see. Well, I guess here, right here, you don't have to yeah, right? So he's got a pointer to an element in this array because packages is a D array, and he can use it as a regular array. It,
I
it's
have a
yeah.
I have a library that kind of implements something like that. It's like a stream array, a stream library that has a stream structure, and then you can. It's either a file or a memory buffer, or it's like inside a zip file, or it's a gzip file. It has transparency for those, and it has stream init, stream read, stream write, and then
Right.
stream printf for the printf stuff, which makes it a lot easier to use.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's it's an option. I would be fine with
Yeah,
using
you can
this.
just use a big buffer and
A
do a
big
sn
buffer.
printf.
Yeah,
Yeah. By the
exactly.
way,
Yeah.
don't use sprintf.
Use
I
SN
think it's
printf,
unsafe
isn't
or
it a
something.
safety thing? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can overflow it. Just use sn printf.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I've got options for this then. Okay, so all right. So I see I see where you're going with this. The idea here is when I do where the hell's my code? When I'd write back to the client, I would have I have to construct the
Well,
HTML.
if you're just writing to the socket directly, then you wouldn't need to buffer that much. You could probably make it. You could probably write your HTML with like separate writes to the socket, and for example, you'd have whatever the HTML tag, head, body, opening.
Right.
I suppose you're writing fragments of HTML, right? You're not writing a whole page. You're writing a div or something, right?
I could, but I would be I don't know yet. It might be both, in depending on circumstance.
Because you don't have printf here, because it's a socket. It's not a file descriptor. I don't know. You might be able to get away with using printf because you can probably, it's still a file descriptor and you can wrap it in a file pointer. So you might be able to turn that into, you might be able to actually just printf to that file pointer, and it would be a lot easier for you. And you could just printf the whole HTML, including with the variables. Let me see if that's possible.
Yeah, it could be because, yeah, the SSC client is the file descriptor. That's what I set it to.
Okay, it's called fd open. Okay, so you can do that. You can just do file asterisk fp equals fd open, and then you give it the socket file descriptor and then a quote r plus. Or maybe, no, you need write. I think you need
I need write in order
W.
to send. Yeah.
And you could actually just printf and write HTML like that.
So I would literally point a file, essentially just open up like a file buffer and then pass the file descriptor into it. I'm just pseudocoding it a bit, and then write to this file.
Well, hang on. I'll just paste this.
Sure.
It's as simple as this.
Okay, let me see here.
I'll post it in the YouTube chat.
Okay.
It's as simple as that. And the FD is the sockets, which I'm assuming is SSE clients of 0 there.
Yes, yeah. Um, I have to do. I have to. I hate this. Okay, let me.
You want me to paste it somewhere else?
It's okay.
You
I'll
can just
do this.
type it. I mean, it's 15 characters.
Wait, where is it? I
In
don't.
the YouTube, didn't it?
Oh,
did
in
it show
YouTube
up?
chat. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, no,
It
no. I
did,
see it now. I see it now. I saw what I did wrong. Okay, let me put this back
but it's W instead of R plus.
then. Yeah. Okay, let me just put this back in here. Okay, so I see. So let me just type that out then, and then I'll have it. So it would be a file, a pointer to a file, and FD open does the file description open, and it would be whatever it is, SX
What FD
clients,
open
whatever.
does, yeah, what FD open does here, make it W because you're writing to it.
Yeah.
And I don't think you need the plus
I don't
because you're
think I
not
need the plus, yeah.
reading from maybe.
I don't think I'm reading from it yet, anyways.
Yeah, it allocates this file structure. And let me see what you need to do with it afterwards because I think you need to free it up, but you should call fclose fp. It will also close the underlying socket FD. Oh, well, there's a problem. It's going to close your socket
It's
when you
gonna
call
close the
fclose.
socket, yeah.
But I think, yeah, or you end up with a dangling file pointer.
I could maybe nullify it.
You should
Maybe.
never call free on a file.
Well, no, you can't just null it because then it'll leak.
Yeah,
Right. It's not actually gonna
there's no
go away.
garbage collector.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Right. And then the attachment will be there.
Well, yeah. Well, you know what? You can just use a buffer, just to allocate a whatever small buffer and do a sn printf into it. I thought
Okay.
this would save you some time, but it doesn't.
Okay. So I'll put the note like options for write. So one of them would be buffer with snprintf. I can look at darray because I trust Travis too. He's an awesome programmer with C. So
Oh, you can duplicate it if you don't want it to close. Yeah, that would work as well. You'd duplicate the file descriptor, and then you'd create a file pointer, and then you'd close the file pointer, and it would close the duplicated one, but it wouldn't close the original one. But whatever.
I guess you would do that once you've got the thread pooling and like the task queue thing set up. Then you just close it when the task's done.
you'd close the duplicate. Because the problem is the problem laugh
You'd
is
have
if
to
you
store it.
Yeah, you'd have to store it, right? Because if you close it, then you close the socket as well,
I
and
would
this
close
is
it
the
immediately
SSC.
after the
Yeah.
write.
Yeah.
But whatever, it's easier with
That's in the future anyway. That.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a weird little. Never mind.
Okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. snprintf I think would work because I can just structure my HTML however is needed.
You'll just need a large enough buffer here because I don't know how much HTML you're gonna write back.
I don't know yet either, but I can determine the max. Like once this is shipped out, I could determine the max amount, knowing what I need to send, and then just allocate that. If that's what I really, really, really want to do, I could just figure it out by hand, and then it'll be consistent. That's my worst case scenario. But a buffer where I can just do whatever needs to be done in the meantime is super handy. If not for development, then for other reasons as well. Okay.
Yeah, in Odin, I use the temp allocator for stuff like that. Just temporary work.
Right.
You just allocate the buffer on the temp allocator, and then
right.
I guess the best place to clean up the temp allocations would be at the end of your infinite loop. you know, when it reaches the bottom before it loops back, just clear out there.
Right. RAM is cheap. I could just allocate a megabyte. I could, yeah. Because what's the likelihood of me sending a megabyte's worth of data down? Super unlikely. That's super unlikely. Assuming this works, I do have one more problem that I gotta solve, which is where do I want to store the initial payload? Like, you have to imagine that if I'm running this on a browser and people are hopping on to play this game, I have to send some initial payload with like images and stuff, which I don't have to send again. And I don't want to spin up a second
Are you
server,
serving your whole game from your C program?
Ideally, yeah, the whole thing.
Yeah, why not?
So
But I mean,
CSS, images,
you could
right?
write, you know, you're still gonna write out like a HTML and CSS file and all that, right?
Yes.
I've wondered about this as like, how do web servers like get let's say it's a basic static thing, right, with no PHP or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
All it does is say, you know, I want index.html, so it has to stream in index.html across the socket, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So you don't want to. In this case, you could probably just like mmap the the basic files, or just load them into memory. Right.
Yeah. I can just load them into memory. That's right. Because these files are not going to be that big. They're going to be pretty small.
Mmap's pretty cool, man. It allows you to like mess with the files as well, but you know, if you're diligent and you don't write into them, then it should be fine.
Right. Okay. So I could mmap the files using a file descriptor and just open it up. Read it in.
Or you could just load it into a string, like whichever you
right.
feel is best. Yeah.
Right. Load it into a string, yeah. And then that could become part of my initial payload, or it would be yeah, no, it would have to be part of my initial payload. I'd have to have a path. It would be up here. This here. I'd go check my path, and if the path is / that, then you're on the home page, and then I ship you the initial payload.
Well, no, you're gonna have to process the whole entire path, because when you send index.html, then they're gonna parse it on the browser, and they're gonna say, oh, there's a CSS file in here. Let's go request that, and then you're gonna have to serve up the CSS file. You have to do that with all the images, right?
Right. So it would have to be. I'd have to set up paths in here, paths for all initial payloads, and that would mean CSS, images, any JS that I need. I suppose index.html is a one-time thing, one-time send, but then
Well, so's the CSS
um
and the images. Like, I don't think it matters whether it's a one-time thing or not.
yeah,
It's that what I would probably do is you probably want to cache some of it.
yeah,
But this is why I was saying it's somewhat interesting to me. I don't know the best way to handle this. Like, say you've got like 100 different images, right? And let's pretend that they're huge and you don't want to keep them all in memory all the time.
right.
Like, what's the best way to handle that? Because when you get a request, do you like, is there some way to stream it to the socket? Or
Well, you can just load you can just
thing.
load a 1K or like a 4K buffer from the file and then write it to the socket and do that in a while loop.
Yeah,
if you're in a
something like
separate
that.
thread.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put that in future.
But mmap might be. Can't you just mmap and then write the whole buffer to the socket?
Yeah, that's why I suggested mmap.
I don't know how fast that. I don't know how. That you have to performance test that. I'm not even sure how
There
how
must be
either of those would behave.
literature on this somewhere.
Well,
People must have written about it.
so this in a browser sense, it's called chunk encoding, I believe. Chunk encoding like large image
Well, no,
files.
no, it kind
Oh,
of doesn't have to do with that. It's not. It doesn't get to that point. My question is if when you're memory mapping a file
hey, there he is.
and then
Hey,
you're
there's
reading
Travis.
the whole thing
Yeah.
and then you're
No.
writing to a socket, won't a
How dare
socket?
you put AI overview on the screen? We're not talking about that, Spiro. We're talking about like in your server code, when a request comes in for a resource, like a HTML file or an image or anything,
Yes.
it's currently sitting on the hard drive, right? And you've got to transfer that data from the hard drive to the network socket, right?
Yeah.
So the most naive way you would do it is go and look for the file, load the entire file into memory, then pump the entire file into the socket, right?
Yeah, when I said chunks, I just meant like memory chunks, not HTTP chunks.
Yeah.
Just so you don't overload your memory with the whole file. You just kind of, well, when you stream something on a pipe, on a Unix pipe, I'm sure that's exactly how it works. Like there's a small buffer. It can even be 1 byte, but it's at least 1 byte, and then the shell reads the output, reads n bytes from the output of one command, and writes as many bytes to the input of the next command that's piped. And that's how piping. That's exactly what you're doing here. You're piping the file from disk to the socket. So
Right.
you'd be reading small chunks and writing each one, or you could memory map and kind of have to. That's the memory mapping part would be an optimization, by the way, and you'd have to figure out if there's any issue with writing a big old file directly to the socket, or if you'd have to chunk that as well, because maybe there's a maximum buffer size for the socket or something like that.
There is. That's why I brought it up. Because but it's rather large. It's like I think it's 16K overall and you get a certain portion of it, something like that. And if I had like, an image file that was, by the way, Travis, hang around because we want to ask you about DArray in a second, Travis, or your dynamic array thing. So if you have a really large image file, you're going to have to chunk it. You're going to have to send it in chunks, which is what the chunk encoding is for. So regardless, so it's kind of two problems. If it's large enough, how do you read it on the server side? And also, if it's large enough, how do you send it properly across the wire? And yeah, Travis, yeah. Because Travis, we want to talk about your DArray, your dynamic array allocator, because we're talking about well, when you're ready, just let me know, and we'll ask you the questions.
208 kilobytes.
Is
Well, you could just try it and see if it works.
Yeah, I can try it, and um, so in fairness to what you guys are saying, I had to turn a fan down so I can hear you. Okay, just if you're ready, just let me know. We'll ask you the questions. But in fairness to what you guys are saying, that might be something that I don't have to worry about right this second, right? And so I can do something simple and just ship it over the wire. And then when I hit that problem, oh, something's going wrong. I'm not sending. I can just mmap it for now. And if something happens that way, or something wrong happens that way, then I can go and look at what the hell I'm doing and how do I need to read it differently. It's just something to keep in mind, I guess, because I'm just not at that point. Okay, you ready? All right. So Travis, and Vamp, you can ask him too. I want you to think about this, Travis. This is the problem we're trying to solve. We receive a response, or sorry, we receive a request from a client who's playing a game on the web. They make a request like move up or move down or whatever the request is. I then have to create a bunch of HTML inside of my C HTTP server in here, which means I have to pull together strings, right? Or a string. Ultimately, it's a string of HTML, and I got to send that back. So we're talking about this portion here where I have to send back a string of stuff, right? And what we were trying to solve is how we want to do that string, pulling that HTML string together and writing it back over the socket to send it back to a client. And so we came up with, well, now we have to have kind of like a buffer, right? Where we can manipulate the string and like maybe do, I don't know, it could be concatenation or something along those lines. Somehow we have to pull the string together. And so a buffer would do it. And then Laughfully brought up your D-array concept. And we were looking at the D-array concept and wondering wondering like, well, a few things. For example, are you allocating your own memory with this? Like, is it just a custom allocator of memory? Are you duplicating one array into another so that you get the benefits of using an array like in typical C, but then you remove the memory of the old array? Like, how, what's the point of this D array? And is this what you're using? Like, is this the most, your current array thing that you're using? We'll give Travis a sec to answer here. Yeah, I think he probably has to type it all
I'm gonna
out.
get going in a few minutes because I have to get up in like 3 hours.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for hopping on. This was fun, interesting. My viewership dropped ever
Problem.
since we got nerdy, but it was fun.
Well,
So what you get out of it is you can treat it like a normal C array. Okay. The header info is stored in the bytes before it in memory. Okay. I think we kind of saw that as part of the create process with the header stuff. So instead of you probably k allocate. Yeah, it's k allocate here. Yeah. To get the properties of it, like the length, you pass the pointer to the function, then step back some bytes to read the header. Okay.
is this inspired from other languages, like from memory safe languages or something like that?
K-allocate is ultimately tied to what is essentially a free list powered allocator that pulls from an arena. A free list powered allocator. Okay. And so the arena has a set size most likely, and then you go whatever's free, go grab from a free area of that arena, pull it down. So I wanted something where I wasn't having to handle the reallocating inline everywhere. I see. Nice idea. Avoids an extra indirection compared to if you would use a struct, right? Okay. So then you have an arena that's a certain size of available whatever you want to call it, like arrays that function like this. The allocator goes and determines where a free spot is, takes it up, like, okay, I'm going to use this spot now. Now you have an array that you can use. And then instead of going through the struct, you can treat this array as a typical array, not necessarily as a struct-based array for the dynamicness of its size and whatnot. That's usually what you go to, is some kind of struct that determines, okay, all right, okay. And so then the header is used as a way to store static information, I guess, about it, like its size, for example. That would be static based upon the creation of the array. So instead of having to do extra operations to determine things like size or store it directly from the struct or whatever, you can go read the header for information you want to get out of this array, like length, for example. Header stores stride, capacity, and length. Okay. Okay. And optionally a pointer to an allocator. Okay. So that way then what you can do is you could read if I'm understanding this correctly, instead of referencing like doing the arrow pointer to those uh parameters like stride, you can just literally read the byte that's in the header, and that becomes the equivalent of taking the struct and arrow pointing it. Okay, okay. All right.
Told you.
Okay. Well, allocator so you can pass your own allocator so long as it meets the interface. Okay. You can do that or just cast the block of memory to a struct. Okay, so if you do want to use a struct, you still get it, but otherwise you just treat it as just read the damn thing. And there's the header portion and then the data portion. And the header portion, you can just read it directly like a regular array. What's my length? What's my whatever? Okay.
Yeah. But you've got, it's Kohi's got its own little things for getting like the length and things like that.
Yeah,
It's got the little helper functions.
right, helper functions, yeah. So my general purpose allocator has a free list, which has overhead. The optional allocator is used for something quicker. Okay. You could try to write your own simple version of it with just the size before the data. No custom allocator might be a good practice. I think that's a good idea, actually. I like that.
Yeah, get into the allocator stuff a bit later.
Yeah.
Like, keep it simple for now.
Keep
right?
it simple, yeah, yeah.
I would say the same thing with what Vamp's been suggesting with that single pass.
Right.
God damn it! I forget what I'm trying to talk about now. The deserialization of the thing when you're parsing the values out, like
State machine.
yeah,
Yeah.
you could do that later and just do the more simple one that I suggested, like with your split it into the lines and then have the function to parse out this equals that, right? Just do that for now, but then keep the thing that Vamp suggested is a good idea, right? I'm not saying he's giving you bad advice, his great advice, but
Right.
like for now, just get something working, right?
Right. Okay.
There's HTTP libraries for C, right?
Shut up, Vamp.
There's actually a library called libevent, which I actually contributed to back in the day. I think it must have been like 15 years ago.
Cool.
Yeah, okay.
It does. It makes its own event loop, and I think it has HTTP. I forget. I think I implemented my own HTTP. Either it has it or I implemented it. And then it has buffers and all kinds of stuff. And it's a high performance event loop. And then, by the way, something very similar is used by Node.js. It's called libuv,
Oh, yeah.
which it's like an event loop, and it has like the buffering, the timers as well. Timers are part of the event loop. It's basically like a file descriptor that does nothing, and it has a timeout. So
Okay.
that's how you do it properly.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, the fortunate thing is that I'm not trying to write a general purpose HTTP server. I'm just trying to write a thing that works for this game. It's just
Right.
got to ship you. So I can start with that, right? But I see what you're saying though, Vamp. Like I might need to implement some of these things once we go down the path of shipping data back and forth between the players and the game. This might have to be a thing. So
Yeah.
okay.
Who
Well,
knows, man? Eventually, this could maybe grow into like a general purpose thing that you use for future contracts.
Right.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is. It is. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Because if you
go
ahead, Vamp.
if you're making a chat game, you can just connect to the WebSocket from the browser directly.
Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about, well, yeah, it would be just a TCP socket, and then what you could do is it's what's called an octet stream, so you can just send raw data back and forth. I wouldn't even need to structure strings or whatever. I can just array buffer, like it just literally send an array buffer and just uh, extract, like encode and decode on each end. I could do that as well.
I don't understand what data you need from the server
Um,
because
uh,
you're doing like the rendering on this. You're kind of rendering the canvas on the server or something.
I'm building. So imagine your typical web server. Like what you would typically do on the web is you would have a server, an HTTP server. It reads an HTML file and then it ships it to you when you go /index.html, right? And just sends it to you. I'm
Okay.
constructing the HTML on my side, so take that, but increase it one step further, where I have to construct the HTML on the fly based on the state of the game that I'm plugging this server into.
Yeah, Vamp, put the link in the chat. You should just click on it and play it for a little bit, and then you'll understand what he's doing.
Oh,
Travis's,
is that your game?
yeah.
Yeah.
Travis's last thing
Enter
I'll
a
say is
username.
you just put whatever you want. You will
Does this
eventually.
show up on your stream?
It
No.
used to. I don't have it running right now, but it used to show up below me. But because I've taken it, I had to change the like this below me in order to do this. What we're doing on screen right now. Last thing I'll say is you will eventually want a
Do you
lightweight
see it?
frame
Why is
allocator.
there a dong in the message of the day?
What is a lightweight frame allocator? What's a frame allocator? What is that?
We already talked about this. It's a temp allocator. You know, I was like, Travis, Odin has this built in, right? So, Odin has this struct called the context, right, which is implicitly passed around, and it's copy on write. And two of the elements in the context struct, or well, three, right, that you'll appreciate. One is a logger, right? So the login interface uses that, right? So at the top level of your program, you can just set what the logger is, and all the log functions that you call thereafter use that from the context, right? So you can even switch it mid some function or scope, right? It's really cool. And two other important ones. One is the allocator that's currently being used. So you know you can use that different allocators for different parts of your code. And another one is a temp allocator, which is the frame allocator that you're talking about. It's the exact same thing. And we
Okay.
did talk about this earlier, yeah.
Okay, I just didn't the terminology. I didn't map it on. Okay, it's typically linear, meaning on every allocation, just move a pointer forward in block of memory, then return the block. Okay, so almost
Yeah.
no overhead. Okay, okay,
So for example, in Odin,
okay.
yeah, he's just fucking posted what I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah.
So in Odin, when you call free all on the temp allocator, it doesn't actually delete the memory. It just
goes
sets
back to zero.
the pointer back to 0, and then the next time you
That's cool.
request
Just
something, it zeroes
sounds
out.
like it's just stack allocation, which is what you get in C when you declare a variable.
No, it's dynamic. So the default temp allocator in Odin is a growing like stack allocator. So it's not allocated on the stack. It's just literally like an array, and it just advances through based on how much you requested. But then when you try and free it, it doesn't actually free the memory. It, like Travis says, you just set it to 0. It's really, really fast.
Right. Because so yeah, you don't need to the memory stays there, but what you reference in order to read the memory is the pointer, like or like the point, the position. That's what it is. And
Yeah.
and that's why it's a frame, because that's the right, because you just step through it as like frames of I don't know, a movie or something, or like frames per I don't know, in video games it would be like your next frame, right? And so your position is whichever frame you're in among all available
No.
frames.
It's not used for that. It's used for temporary calculations that only need to occur like for that particular frame, right? So let's say I do some string operations one frame, right?
Yeah.
But the in between bits of buffers that I used before I computed the finalized string, I only need those temporarily, right? So I use the temp allocator for that, or Travis would use his frame allocator, whatever he wants to call it.
Right.
But then at the end of the frame, all of that information that it generates is now just garbage and we don't need it. So you just clear it out and just reset the pointer to 0.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Right? Because
Yeah,
the
I guess
temporary allocations.
Yeah.
C doesn't have that.
No, you have to. The only allocator C comes with by default is malloc. So you have to build your
Well,
own.
no, I mean, allocating memory dynamically on the stack. Oh, apparently it does have that. It's called alloc A. And then when you return, it gets freed. So you can do that with C.
We're not talking about the stack. They're like they're stored on the heap. Like the temp allocator is heap allocated. You can use a stack allocated thing. There's various ways you can do in Odin at least that you can use stat memory for back in an allocator, but like tend not to do that very often.
So you would be
Stack allocations have limits though, even with things like alloc.
Well, the problem is that the stack's really small, right? On Windows, it's 1 megabyte. On Linux, by default, it's 8.
Right.
So it's like what? You allocate a block and then some kind of sub blocks inside of it, and then you free the whole thing.
Well, that's literally what an allocator is, right? So for example, let's say I have an allocator just for loading things to do with a particular domain, right? Like a level in a game, right? So when the level's completed, the player's completed the level, and we move to the next level, I just free that allocator and release all the memory in one go. You don't have to call 30,000 destructors, which takes loads of time and loads of indirection, right?
Yeah, so it's an allocator within an allocator, I guess. Like
Well, not really. It's like the base thing. Like I've never once used malloc in Odin because it has an allocator interface, and Travis has built his own allocator interface, which probably uses malloc to retrieve the actual memory, right? But once he's got that memory,
kallocate.
yeah, but once he's got that memory, he's got his own set of procedures to deal with it, right? The malloc is just the backing memory for the allocator.
So you're saying the advantage of this is just that you can free the whole thing at the end?
No, it has multiple advantages. One of the advantages is that you can choose the allocation strategy for various different things. The reason why Odin has it as part of the context struct is because it unifies the interface for it. Because in C, this is typically done by editing, what are they called? Like macro definitions. But then all these different libraries have like these different kind of interfaces for how they work, right? So it becomes, there's no standardized way of doing it, so it's a bit problematic. So languages like Odin and I think Jai has this as well. They have like a standardized way of doing it. So there's like a standard, allocator interface that everything needs to do. There's Ginger Bell's got a really cool article on it. Let's see if I can find it for you. I think it's a series of articles actually.
I like how 2 people are watching on YouTube, and one of them is me.
Yeah, I know. I lost everybody. I do news streams Wednesdays and Thursdays because people like that.
Oops, sorry. I have to get going.
All right, Vamp. Yeah, sounds good, man.
I posted the link to the first one in the chat, but I think it's like a 6-part series or something. It's a fun little read.
Is this guy based?
Oh yeah.
Oh
he
yeah, he's
created
based.
Odin, dude.
Yeah.
He's awesome, dude.
Oh. Didn't he make it and be like, I don't know what I'm doing?
No.
No, he was totally like the guy who made Odin at some point was like, I have no idea what I'm doing, dude.
I've never heard that.
I've shown that to Spyro.
Oh, you did send me that. Yeah, you did.
He was like, "Oh, I'm just playing it by ear."
Yeah, I could go back.
No, you don't have to. I'll take a look tomorrow. I have to get going.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Thanks. See ya.
Thank you, Vamp.
Bye.
Peace out.
There was another thing I read recently as well about I think it was Casey Muratori. He's talking about why oh god, what was it? You know, he's talking about RAII and how it's nonsense, and then you get to like using allocators is way better. And then he invented a thing called like ZII, zero is initialization. So you like zero everything out and you use allocators and stuff. And
Oh, okay, yeah,
yeah, it's basically the way Odin works.
nice.
And by the looks of it, the way Travis has got his code set up, you know, it's
Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, the good news is that while we were taking notes and coming up with plans for this stuff, I did confirm I can write to the client's HTML and send it, and it did work. So that's good. We have a way to, when you send a request, as long as you've sent in the right request and assuming that the game approves it or whatever, we can now send responses. So we now have a fully closed loop system. We can receive, we can confirm that you sent in a proper request, and we can send you back HTML or whatever we want to send you back through the SSC, and then the client can just deal with that as appropriate. So we now have a fully functioning, fully closed system in terms of messages anyways. So we could start building out game functionality and receiving requests, and mapping them onto responses and getting the client to update itself based on that. We can start doing that. This is kind of an awesome concept. I've started adopting it myself where I can. Well, I mean, if Casey did it, then yeah, right? It's kind of like, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, thanks, Travis. I know you're probably prepping for a stream today because you got a stream. People should be watching Travis as well because he does cool stuff like, well, not cool stuff like this. He does much cooler stuff than I do. Way cooler. Like you can tell because we're borrowing concepts from Travis. So it's pretty clear. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he's gonna stream today unless he says no in chat. But he'll spin up his stream. He's on YouTube and Twitch. I give him a shout out. And he's fun to watch as well. And so maybe one day, Travis, my little HTTP server here, we'll use it with Kohi and build a game out of it. That'd be fun. Because this is really simple stuff that could probably get integrated into a few games if they were adequately simple. By the way,
oh, sorry.
I was just going to read 100X's chat, so you go first.
Well, I was just going to say, I just wanted you to get this to a state where, like, it's got parity with what you were doing in Bun.
Yeah, and it does.
So then I can modify it and add crap in.
Yeah, yeah, it does. It's just the robustness, that's all.
Yeah.
But I can start. I could just run with this right now as is, and just assume people are going to be nice and not try and hack it, and then just start.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen.
I know it's not. I know it's not. I know it's not. I'm just saying that I have enough right now that I could operate that way for the purpose of the stream, and start making commands and mapping them onto game functionality, and saying this command should do this in the game. And then depending on the response, let's structure some HTML and spit it right back. I think I have what I need here. The only thing I got to do is just figure out the HTML thing here. And then maybe some initial, I guess I do have to figure out the file Okay, so maybe we're not at parity yet. I got to send an initial payload of CSS images, whatever, and I have to figure out this buffer for structuring HTML and sending it back. So it's not, we're close to parity, we're not at parity.
Well, yeah, we're not quite there yet because you haven't got your giant switch statement yet. That's what we're waiting for. I love switch statements, dude.
That's it. That's it. By the way, the write function doesn't guarantee that all bytes get written. You should check the return value and use a loop, but for short string, it probably will always work. Right. So what you can do here is something that I did before, which I was thinking of implementing as well. It's right here. I check the number of bytes sent by the write, and then if it's less than or equal to 0, then I close the loop essentially, and I can do that. Kind of what you're saying is just check how many bytes were sent as part of the write, and then like throw an error or something like something like that. Yeah, or continue a loop like just until all the bytes are sent or something, right? I can figure that out. But I don't think I'm going to be sending more than like even a K right the second would be a lot. And I don't think that's going to exceed any breakages that I have to worry about right this instant. Okay. I'm going to make some more coffee. So Laughly is in charge of chat. Travis, whenever you got to go, you got to go. I appreciate you being here, man. So in case you hop off while I'm making coffee, good to see you. If you're here when I'm back, then you're here when I'm back. YouTube's dying. I've killed all my YouTube viewers. Depends if the socket is blocking and how fast the client reads it. The SSE client sending data back is not blocking, I don't think. I think it's just always on. How fast the client reads it could be a problem, I suppose. Well, no, once I send it, I don't care how quickly the client reads it, right? Anyway, okay, let me make some coffee. I'm getting tired. I'm gonna make some more coffee. I'll be right back. Stop killing YouTube. I know.
No, we do not need that petition. Don't be doing that, Travis. Do a long format discussion on why Spiro sucks while he's gone. All right then. I'll start. So like he's a small Greek man. It's kind of sucky, right? It's very small. He's got very little. What? Hang on. What's that behind his microphone? Like it looks kind of phallic. What's he left on his chair? What's he been sitting on? What is that? Here's a reason why he sucks. What's he been sitting on? It's that big sticky out bit with the white bit at the end. Is this just my weird brain, or does that look strange to anyone else? Yeah, come on. We need more Spiro sucks. It's a dingus. Hey, guy. I thought you was hopping on here. Travis is a dingus, dude. He's king of the dingus. The dingus emperor. Have you got a dingosaur in your game yet?
Hello.
The dingus. Hey. You're right.
Okay, so we're talking about.
Do you see that on his chair?
Yeah, he doesn't sit on that, right?
Well, I don't know. I never noticed it before. Maybe he doesn't sit on it, like, but he has it in between his legs, just for the dream, just so he can imagine what it'd be like.
Oh man.
I did at one point, Travis, start drawing like a little pixel art Dingosaur emote for you, but um, I didn't like it very much.
Would you not like? Say it again.
A Dingosaur emote that I was drawing for Travis.
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to draw things like that, you know?
Yeah, well, I tried to make it like drooling, like truly idiotic, you know. Yes, he's sitting on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Travis got some good emotes, man.
What's up, Gear Games? Good to see you, man.
Hey, Spiral.
Welcome in.
Could you hear what we were talking about?
Just something about emotes. That's the part I got.
No, well, there was when you stood upright, there was something on your chair, and it was partially blocked by a microphone, and it looked like a phallic object.
Oh, it is. You don't get it. You guys don't know, but I'm a complete degen. I constantly degenerate in front of you guys.
Butt plug IO.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Butt plug IO. That's right.
You can build a C API for that, or you know.
Yeah, now I can. Yeah. Okay. I have an idea here. If path, I can just do.
The what counter? Sorry.
I heard that Meta is restructuring its AI division into 3 smaller or 4 smaller divisions, and they're they're trying to downsize. Do we call that total AI victory, or is it the opposite? The immediate response, an immediate response I got is, now that they have AI to do AI dev work, they don't need as many AI devs. All right, go ahead.
I saw a really interesting one today. If you want to do like impromptu tech news, Microsoft boss troubled by rise in reports of AI psychosis. Right, check this out. You're only like months and months ahead, Spiro, here. In a series of posts on X, he wrote that seemingly conscious AI tools which give the appearance of being sentient are keeping him awake at night, and said they have societal impact even though the technology is not conscious in any human definition of the term. This is a quote. There is zero evidence of AI consciousness today, but if people just perceive it as conscious, then they will believe that perception as reality. Related to this is the rise of a new condition called AI psychosis. I'm not going to articulate that because we all know what that means. Examples include, check this out, believing to have unlocked a secret aspect of the tool, or forming a romantic relationship with it, or coming to the conclusion that they have godlike superpowers. Right.
Huh.
They're starting to catch up, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Only just now. Yeah, I have to admit that we have been ahead on a lot of things.
I'll post the link. It's from the bloody BBC.
Yeah.
I only go on the BBC to check to see what they're not posting about and how they're spinning stuff. But occasionally I see things like this.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I should do. I'll do a proper read of these and just. I guess I should do a daily tech news stream tomorrow. I'll do it. I'll do one tomorrow, or maybe I'll do another one later today. Even. I just haven't had the energy. That's all. Just with everything going on, it's kind of sucked. I just don't have the mental capacity to look into it. But apparently I have the mental capacity to write an HTTP server and see. It's just different, It's sometimes you just need to I don't know, just change your mind for a bit and then come back to it. So I'll do it. I'll do a daily tech news or a tech bites or whatever the hell I'm calling it now, later today or tomorrow, and I'll go back to covering like actual topics.
Travis is
He's
right.
so
Heals the soul. Yeah.
you need
He
you,
heals the soul.
you need to fault the compiler, Travis, and make Soul C.
Yeah.
Where people can leave you hints.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're called comments. Dark Souls just stole it from C.
That's right.
Yeah, just every time you get a compiler, it's got like a nice message at the end.
Soul.
And whenever
C.
you corrupt memory, that's someone invading you.
There are real packages for Rust that do things like that.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
really? Are
Do-
they cool?
Oh, no, you weren't here, Gar. Remember when I found the cargo mommy one?
If anyone says cargo daddy or cargo mommy, I immediately just think degen. So what's cargo mommy?
Well, that's it. That's what it is. You just guessed it, right? But it gets worse, right? Because turns out Cargo Mommy is compatible with this other package called Cargo Vibe.
Oh.
What do you think that is?
Whew.
Oh yeah. Because Cargo Mommy has a not safe for work mode, right? And you go on the documentation for that on the repo, and it's you don't want to know what it does, but it's exactly what you think. But then it says Cargo Vibe, right? And that is literally buttplug IO integration. So when you get a compiler, it goes off, you know.
What?
And people use this.
No. Let's slow down for a moment. Are you serious?
100%, dude. I can get you the links if you want.
No,
I've sent it
I
to people
don't. I
before.
don't want the links.
It's on GitHub,
I just
right?
can't believe. Oh man, it's like instead of just like having gas on your own, you've got to be well. Anyways, TOS. I'm not. I'll leave it. I'm leaving it.
But the way I found out about it was that someone wrote an article and he was complaining that he was complaining about like extraneous dependencies because someone had added Cargo Mommy to the required dependencies for a project, even though it's just a build time thing, you know? It's like a meta thing, you know? It doesn't actually affect the whatever project you're doing. It's just it affects the output of the compiler when you compile, right? So it's like a compile time dependency. You know, they have that in NPM, right?
So somebody did that on accident, or was this on purpose where they checked it in?
No, he purposefully added it to the thing, so you need it to build the project, right?
I feel like the degens need other people to be like them to feel okay about their behaviors.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. But the guy in the article like just kind of skimmed over the thing. I found out independently about the not safe for work mode and the vibe thing. Like,
You should call it not safe for your soul.
not well. There's that other one, isn't the not safe for life, right?
I don't know. Like, I could just imagine there's like some sadistic. What is it? A sadist versus a yeah, sadist. Some sadistic person who's like a tech CTO and he like forces people to install this, and then whenever they get a compiler error, it just like. Bzz.
I mean, people plug it into like games and stuff, and then they use it whilst they're streaming on Twitch.
Ugh.
That's so weird, man. That's so weird.
Yeah. I didn't believe it, so I saw a forum thread once, and they were like posting videos to like prove it. So I watched a little bit, and it's horrendous. Like that's got to be TOS. Like,
Yeah.
Anyway, that was my tech news for the day.
That's your tech news. Yeah. Yeah.
Things of nightmares.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah. Things on my list that I won't tell anyone. Actually, I probably will. Oh
Dude,
man,
I just can't believe it because I mean it says something about Rust culture, right? That's that's the thing
yes,
that
it does. It does. It just gives you a little insight into their interest, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So it's like a switch flipped or something on Twitter, but I'm just finding a lot of people not happy with this AI stuff, and I smiled and got a little happy, and then I got a little sad because I saw that there was a thing where it said that it proved a math equation. And I was like, what? So I look at the profile, OpenAI, and then some other guy retweets him and says, look at what we're doing now. We can do math. I
Right.
looked at his profile, OpenAI, and I'm just like, man, like it's like the cigarette company, right? Is like selling cigarettes. And they like post on their Twitter saying, new study shows this. And they forgot that they're posting it from their account.
All right.
That would happen a lot on 4chan, right? People would do like glow ups on there, or like they'll be shelling or whatever, and they have these on some of the boards. They used to have these little flags, right? That tells you what country you're posting from, and they would hide the country of origin, because there's a lot of like Mossad operatives on there, right? So they get like an Israel flag, and if you got that flag next to your name, the general consensus was not to trust those people, right? Because there was a lot of Fed posting, like they're doing intelligence operations, but making posts there, right? Psyops and stuff. so they would use these ones called like meme flags, right? Where it's like I don't know, just a joke flag. Like one of them's like a skull and bones, like a pirate thing, right? They call them meme flags. And so they use those to hide the country of origin. But then sometimes they would forget. They would forget to change it, and you also get like a per thread like ID, like a hash thing as well that's generated. So you see them with the same hash but a different flag, and then they become distrustful of that person, and then the next post is always like, how do I delete a post or something? There's loads of that.
That's funny.
We saw on that I keep forgetting which one it was. Was it the Meta AI thing when it was accidentally public? We saw lots of stuff like that.
They clamped that down,
Mm-hmm.
if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm just saying we saw things to that effect on there as well, right?
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Yeah, the chat Gupta public leaks of your messages to ChatGPetto that was publicly leaked. I have evidence. I recorded it. You can find your Grok ones as well on X. Those are public as well. You can find them. People are posting personal stuff up there, and that's a bit. I'm not showing anyone because I don't encourage that, right? Like I don't think that's a good thing. I'm just saying that if I had to prove it, I could prove it because I recorded myself doing it. Yeah. So these things are definitely they're definitely watching what you're doing, and if you don't think that personal information is out there, you're wrong. And then on top of that, just to tie it in exactly to what you're saying, the kind of stuff people talk about with these things, they treat it like it is sentient a lot.
Well, here's a question for you, Gar. Do you think this kind of turning tide that you said you picked up on has anything to do with up to 5 being less well received than the previous one?
I think it has a little bit of that, but I also think that um I'm kind of an optimist here, but I think some of what we've mostly Spiro has been doing to help wake people up on this stuff does spread. I mean, you got like 41 people on Twitter. What is it? Yeah, Twitter right now. Like it is spreading. So I think the sentiments are people are starting to notice it's BS.
Hmm.
And that's happening more and like you just got to think about like how many times does it mess up and then you're not making excuses but the guy next to you is, and then you talk to some guy at like the cigar lounge and he's like, yeah, I noticed the same thing, it's not getting that right, and then they keep saying this but it doesn't work and it's not true, and it's like enough times hearing that people start looking into it, or they start asking tech people that are actually in it, and then the tech people that are free from their boss's tyranny say, oh, well, it's yeah, it doesn't really do what it says it does. And then Meta goes and puts out this article about restructuring and shrinking and downsizing. I mean, the public sentiment for AI is potentially turning like downwards right now because they're not like after a while you kind of get over it. I mean, let's go back a few years. They had like an AI, and then like that AI immediately turned it into a mecha, and then they did that like 10 years before that, and then they used to have these chatbots on the internet that do exactly what these ones do, except they don't process data, so they just kind of respond to you, and it's like, are we really further away from that? So like people are starting to notice it's just kind of lame. So
Yeah.
I don't know if it's related to GPT, whatever, but I do think it's related to some progress that I think the public sentiment is getting out there that it's like not actually that good after all. That's my take.
I've met a surprising number of people where like I don't bring up the anti-AI stance because I don't want to have that conversation with them, right? One of them was my brother, right? I didn't want to get into a big debate with him and stuff because there are certain spaces where like if I'm chatting to my brother, dude, I just want to have a good time.
Yep, I understand.
There's people like that, but then out of the blue, he mentioned that he tried to use one where he was working, right? And they had their own like model and everything, and he tried to use it to my brother's like a robotic engineer, right? So he tried to generate some schematics with it, like a diagram, and it just could not do it. And so like that was the opener. Like I was like, yep, and then I just was ranting at him for like 20 minutes. Like, so I got him to subscribe to Spiro's YouTube channel and whatnot.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah. I don't know if he's actually been on or not, but I'm finding more and more people. It's anecdotal, but where they just come to this conclusion by themselves, mostly through interacting with it and trying to give it a go, and they quickly realize that it doesn't do any of the things that it's touted to.
That's all. That's good news to me. I feel like we're gonna hear about that more and more in the next few weeks.
I hope so, because it's been a rough ride, and sometimes you wonder if you're making any difference at all. If anyone's listening, I think it's becoming clear that there's like some people who are listening for sure. That's just good, but
yeah. Well, it's more about like the second, third order sort of consequences, right?
yeah,
Because you have these debates and stuff, and you
Yeah.
can maybe convince, so many people from the audience and stuff. And, you've been going on some kind of big things, like Sarah gets like 400 or 500 viewers, right?
Yeah, that was big. Yeah. Andrew's shout
And
outs are big.
yeah. So,
Just
so
just
you,
real
so you
quick,
get
laugh. Just real
stuff on
quick.
that.
Because birds aren't real. Sent a $20 super chat with nothing but a
Oh,
flag and a pirate skull thing. I just want to make sure he gets a proper shout out, and you can keep going. Thank you, birds. I appreciate that. Thank you for sending in. It really does help. I really do appreciate it, birds. And birds aren't even real. It's true. They're drones. I just want to make that clear. And I'm going to pop the goal up by $40. There it is. Okay. Okay. Keep going, laugh.
yeah. Well, that's a meme flag. That's why he's posted that, I think. Anyway, I've forgotten what I was saying.
Talking about getting on bigger.
Second order,
Yeah.
second order. Yeah. So right. So you convince those people, but then those people are going to go off and challenge their peers. When it gets brought up,
Yeah.
and they'll regurgitate the arguments and put their own spin on it, and they probably got their own opinions and conclusions and things as well.
And they won't talk like nerds.
Yeah.
And they'll just be like, they'll just talk to you straight up, and then they're like, "Oh, that really? It's that dumb?" And like, yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
Oh, damn. 100x gifted a sub to Birds or Drones. Thanks, 100x. I appreciate it. Let me take a call here. You guys keep chatting. Hang on.
Yeah, but that's it's hard to I mean, Spiro was saying like, he's wondering if he's actually making a dent, but
No, he's
it's
making
hard
a dent.
yeah, definitely for sure, but it's hard to gauge that anyway, because it's such like a nebulous thing that you're trying to do, right? Like that, like the effects of it, like I say, they're like second, third order sort of things. So it's hard to quantify that, right?
Yep.
Especially when he's not actively looking, because all his energy's going into, you know, at the bottom of the chain. They're looking at the effects of this thing and trying to communicate it. He's not spending time looking at the results of what he's actually doing.
And he's not gonna. Yeah, you're right. When you're putting into work, you're not gonna notice the results for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm noticing things here and there. I noticed that just me talking to some of my peers, I've got them to not walk off the cliff about this thing. But there are people who will not be convinced because it's like their only value add. And it's like it's all about the dollars. So they won't have their minds changed.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I'm happy with what he's doing anyway, so I think it's awesome.
Hey, folks. What are you guys talking? Thanks, Travis. I appreciate it, man. Have a good stream, brother. What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about how it's hard for you to see the results because you're working all day on them. You know what I mean?
Oh, you mean like the results of like doing the tech stuff and yeah.
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 Yeah, like because you're not expending energy going out and like trying to quantify the outcomes of what you're saying, right? Are people listening? Blah 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 blah. You've got a little count on your stream, and you get some donations and chat messages, right? That's about it. Like your focus is on making the arguments and researching the arguments.
Yeah.
Because the results are like really nebulous, aren't they? It's just people talking to other people. Like it's kind of hard to gauge unless you put significant effort into, you're talking about like gathering statistics and polling people then, aren't you?
Yeah.
I would say everybody on that panel that wasn't able to come up with points to counter what you were saying are going to be a lot more careful when they are on their channels talking about AI. They're not going to just blindly say, "Oh yeah, it's a good thing." Now they have reason to not agree with it. So it's just, yeah, that I guess what you were calling it the second order effect, or I believe.
Mhm.
That happens. Big deal. It's a big deal.
Well, yeah, but then you get a third order effect, right? Where eventually if they're conscientious, they'll start questioning themselves, right?
Yeah, true.
And then the knock-on effect of that is that, like, if the arguments that we're making are sound, which we believe them to be, then a rational person would eventually come around to the same opinion. And if the effects of the things that we're looking at continue to get worse and the whole thing gets entrenched, then they'll come around even quicker.
Right.
And also then you'll get people who are less likely to be swayed to change their mind, because we like it's horrible to think of, but imagine if there was some like Kool-Aid AI cult thing, right? And it was a big event like that would get people talking and thinking, right?
Right.
Something like that would change more people's minds than well, pretty much anything really.
I definitely want to figure out what could convince the type that's like obsessed with investor money. Stupid Spiro. Why?
I know.
Does that
Why
mean
did you
there's a
put
bug?
chat socks? Why you put something fun like that? Like, yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
What I was gonna say is, I think for crying out loud, I brought this up yesterday. Duh. The if the venture capitalists are not being influenced by somebody to not do AI, they're going to keep pushing it. The whole well, we go down that technocrat rabbit hole. I was going to call it a rat hole, but
Yeah.
or a rat's nest, whatever you want to call it. Like there is motivation for those people who may be in charge to have this AI thing succeed, but maybe they're realizing it's not working, so they're like retreating a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, they will eventually be when they don't see any actual returns from it.
Yeah,
Because
they'll
none
have
of them have a path to profitability, do they?
Yeah.
Nope.
Like it's inevitable. Unless something radically changes, like they suddenly somehow do come up with some kind of AI that's actually fucking useful.
That's why I think they've been making moves on other things like trying to buy out Chrome and buying out other companies. They're doing lots of buyouts because they're trying to hedge their bets. I think they see that the writing's on the wall, and so they are attempting to buy up other companies so that they have something to fall back on when the time comes.
Isn't there an ongoing thing about breaking up Google? Like, I thought
Yeah.
that had something to do with that. So.
Yeah.
My hope with someone buying Chromium is that it gets sold, and then the people that purchase it undo the stupid manifest change for the plugins,
Ha.
because that's terrifying to me.
Yeah. Yeah. That would be good. I could see that. I could see that being favorable. Yeah. A good outcome.
I imagine that if you own the browser, you're the one who owns the browser's AI engine of choice. Right now, when you're on Google or Chrome rather, and you do a Google search, it's going to show Google's AI, which I don't know keep up with the names of these cats and dogs because it doesn't really matter to me. But if you own the browser, you can kind of pull a Microsoft and like try to force the default agent as a feature. So instead of
Yeah.
hitting Google for your search, you'd hit the AI first and then Google.
Yeah.
I mean, if I wanted to get, go ahead, sir.
they kind of did that with the URL bar, right? They call it the omnibar, or they used to, right? So now, I think most, like, you average person, they don't really know what a URL is. Like, they know what .com kind of means, right? But they never actually type it in, because when you hit the URL bar on your browser, like, you know, what is it, control K, yeah, or control L, whichever. When you hit that, you can just type in a sentence in there, right, and it goes straight into the search engine. It's the same thing.
Yep. That'll give you the most control. Own that.
Right.
Yeah, because it goes straight to Google search, right? Well,
Right.
mine goes to DuckDuckGo, but you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah, it's the ultimate place to take over.
I mean, they get antitrust lawsuits from the EU all the time over this. Like,
Yeah.
you see it nearly every year, like some kind of Google antitrust thing on the phones, you know.
Yeah. Sweet. Okay. So I can send HTML data, I can receive HTML data, I can send form data, I can do all of it. I just need to do the files now. And then I just come up with a scheme for reading files instead of hand rolling it in here. And then that's it. Then we're at parity.
Well, no, you're not, because you got to build the actual game.
You keep moving the goalposts. You just shut
I'm not
up.
moving the goalposts. I said earlier, where's your big switch statement?
It's true. You did say that. Yeah.
That's what I want. I want you to have the game working exactly like it is in the other one, and then I'm going to come in. I'm probably going to refactor some of it,
Yeah.
and I'm going to add a bunch of features.
Okay.
I've got so many cool ideas, dude. You're going to fucking love it. I'm not going to tell you what they are until I give it back.
Okay.
You're gonna love it, dude. I mean, I can tell you what some of them are basic, like making the stats actually do something. You know.
Yeah.
You know, make it so that you got something to spend your gold on. The level cap isn't 3 because you had a hard coded array of experience needed tables.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair.
Those are the basic things I want to do. But
How about hosting my own Git so people can contribute? I mean, if I'm not 100% opposed to using Git, because this is not like, if this gets out or if something happens to this, like, kind of who cares? It's not a real, there's nothing secret about this, right?
you can't do that, DW, because then he'll start finding problems with Git. And he'll end up making his own
Make
Git
my own
server
Git.
and C.
That's so true.
Then we'll be in here in a month talking about diffing algorithms and.
That's so true.
Daily anti-Git news.
It's so true. Okay. So if I want to do file stuff, I need to include some stuff up here. What's the what is it, like FCNT or something? FCNTL, I think this is what it is for file stuff. Oh yeah,
File control.
Yeah, thank you, file control. So I need to do I need to do FCNTL for that, and I need to do mmap is what? Let's see. It's sys and mmap, I'm pretty sure. I think this is a system one. Yeah, so it's got to be
Yeah,
sys.
it's Linux system call.
Yeah, so it's got to be no. No, it's not mmap. It's mman somewhere. Yeah, this. Okay, so I have that. So I can bonus point, the LLMs will find it and get all the vulns in the training data. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I have that. This will be. I can't remember what F control. I would do something like it's the same kind of a same deal. I have an integer, which is a file descriptor, so it'd be, I don't know, like HTML FD or something like that, and then I'd open it. And can I do relative paths? I don't know. I don't know if I could do relative paths. Well, I guess we'll find out. And then I would go. Is it a? Hang on. What's the open? Here, I don't need this right now. And FCNTL maybe? Open? Open file descriptor? No? Okay. Open. What? I just want to know the attribute. No? What if I did... Here we go. Okay, path name flags. What are the flags? Oh, trunk. Oh, append. Oh, yeah, here we go. All right. Direct, sync, exclude, large, no follow, non-block, path, temp file, trunk. I just want to do like read only. Isn't that what I have to do? No? Path name mode, create, open at.
So instead of listening to Spiro mumble, I'm gonna just try and talk. I was wondering how many people out there are making conceited campaigns to dog food or dog vomit is the term that we like. Dog vomit AI generated bullcrap into the training sets to sabotage them. Like there must be people out there doing that.
I've thought about that too. I've thought about doing it, I mean.
I wonder
Data
how
poisoning
long.
is that what they call it? Sorry.
I wonder how long. Like, wait, how often do they like regenerate their models with data, and like, do we have to wait like 6 months for it to show up?
Well, we talked about this before because you know when you talk about the cost of running these things, right? The argument that you usually get back is, oh, it's only during the training, right? Which is erroneous to begin with, but let's accept it and say that, oh, it is only during the training. Well, when we go and look at all these articles and things, they keep talking about experiments that they're doing and studies that they're doing, and some of these come from the authors of the LLMs themselves, right? In order to do these studies, they must be constantly training them, right? They won't just have one model that they're working on. They'll have multiple, right, at various stages of development, and for completely different purposes, right? They've probably got models that they train just to practice training, right? Just to see what the effects of such and such a thing that they're experimenting with, right? So they're constantly training these things all the time.
I just feel like we're playing quantum mechanics, and somebody's like shaking up the quantum up and down flexi Fermi quarks, and like hoping that something happens. It just seems so weird. But yeah, I do think you're right. Like there's got to be someone out there regenerating things constantly, and that would be the guy who gets our nice dumb data. But I heard they sometimes have an LLM in front of the main one, and they try to make sure you can't edit the real one.
What?
Like inject stuff into it if it's in like the wild. Like you'd have to make articles and things for it to consume.
Oh, you mean they have one that they use to screen what goes into the data set?
Yeah, basically something that, well, not exactly. Imagine you have like your core code and then the net changes, but you never take the net changes. They like allow it to be in the wild, but they don't want it to just consume everything. So they want to just they put up a roadblock basically, and they only update their base state with what they want to train it on, not what the general public gives it. So even if we tried, it wouldn't work unless if it was like public articles and they thought it was okay to feed it with our stuff. Like you know how the problem, you never know what they train their model on, so you never know, you know, what the biases are, and then you don't know what they're controlling for, and that whole thing. I'm sure the models that matter, they're not gonna get our cheese ball articles in them.
What, Henton's round mail articles.
What is it? The Rust Mommy articles.
Well,
Yes. And who do they hire to verify? This is always the fun thing.
well, yeah,
'Cause
but
you don't want to have your best engineer verifying your data set, right?
that makes me wonder, like, how much they like dog food in the LLM itself, like in their own workflows. Like, how much are they using it as part of their process?
See, this is where the lies come in. If it worked, why wouldn't you just like why isn't it getting faster and faster and faster and faster? That's the thing that like the public starts noticing these things.
Hasn't it gotten slower, like the rate at which they release new models, like OpenAI? Because the gap between 3 and 4 on Gupta was it's only a matter of months, right? It's like maybe a year.
I think that would be a Spiro question. I don't keep up with tech news.
I saw him nodding just now.
Oh, we did. All right.
Well,
That's
okay, so they're getting some things are getting faster, but they are releasing the model release rates are getting slower, and overall they're getting slower. That's why I said only some are getting faster, because if you remember the token article we went over where the amount of tokens are increasing, why? Because they're making it think longer in order to give better answers.
Whoa, no. That's not what we're talking about, Mr. Listening while I'm working. You suck. We're talking about the development of the models themselves. Like, how many months was it between the release of Gupta 3 and Gupta 4 as compared to Gupta 4 and Gupta 5?
Right.
Oh, and I said something that diverted that. That's what he said, though.
So there you go. So you suck.
Well, you both suck. Doesn't feel right telling Gary sucks because like he's way smarter than me.
It's true. So
How'd you do it, Spiro? How'd you tell everyone they suck when they're all smarter than you?
it's easy. I'm a lefty. I just put on the hat of a lefty and I project. This isn't quite it. This is all the different models. Although that's a good one.
I mean, we kind of know a little bit of how to make your own model.
So here's
And I'm pretty sure. Go ahead, sir.
I was just gonna say here's an image kind of what it's like.
Ooh, this is a good gun.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got a debate on another thing. Sorry.
Yeah, what the hell? How dare you?
Oh wow, Twitch changed the clip interface. It's way different. How'd you pause it now? Where's the pause button gone?
Depends on what style of like you can set it so you can't. Oh no, pause should still work though. What the hell? Where is Chat Gupta here? GPT isn't here.
I saw a really neat exchange on Twitter today where somebody said they noticed the tide was shifting, and then some guy asked Grok, what are they talking about?" And then the person replied to them that they're like basically an idiot and they should use their brain to think instead. And I was like, "Ah, that's nice, quite
Ah,
refreshing."
ah.
How's the situation at your job with the whole Go thing?
You know, I think it has 6 months before it becomes serious.
Ah,
So I've got 6 months of trying to find research and articles and things to like have the person nod and not read, and then we'll be using Go and some Olama thing to torture ourselves to prove a point that it doesn't work, and then we're gonna like be forced to do it anyways because that's how these things work. Um, People just love buying into lies. That's why Bitcoin, the blockchain stuff, had a chance at being, pushed by VCs. They want to believe in something fantastic and mystical. When you can't explain the technology or why something's so great, but you can write an article that says it's great and the buzzwords sound great. It's like I don't know. It's like catnip for VCs. They just like, oh, we got to use this, and then you want to get VC money, and you're a CTO, and you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna go and ruin our entire company for no reason. I can't even articulate it because I don't have a reason. But you're going to do it because faster transactions, I read an essay. Oh, where's the white paper? I'm never going to send it to you because there's no white paper. That's my assumption.
he's just LLM'd you.
Yeah, pretty
He's
much.
just,
Pretty much.
he got gupted.
He got gupted. Have
Done gone gupted.
you ever been to a restaurant called Gupta's?
Is that a real place?
Yeah.
No, I don't think we have that here.
It's not like a chain. It's like just some some Indian guy will open up his own restaurant and his last name will be Gupta. So then he calls it Gupta's.
I think I had a dentist called Gupta once.
But yeah, as far as the work stuff goes, if you ask the question again in 2 months, I could give you a lovely update.
Okay, I thought it was like an ongoing sort of, apocalyptic scenario.
It was it's the flavor of the month. Before it was like Ruby,
Oh, right.
Now it's Go. So the issue is like why are we doing so the thought was is that these micro languages do things better and they're really more popular, and like to get the attention of investors you got to be using these micro languages. And it's like, do you pay more or less money when you hire somebody using a fringe language?
Well, here's the other thing as well. How much is it going to cost to transfer everybody over to this other thing as opposed to using the one that they're already doing?
I love it. The ramp up time alone, like, is going to waste everybody's time, and we're going to pay for that. It's like, oh yeah, that's a great argument.
Isn't it a thing, like a business thing? I've only taken a few business classes, but wasn't it like keeping an existing customer is more cost effective than signing a new one, right? It's the same sort of principle, right?
Yes, it is. Switching languages is very costly. And like, there's no reason to. And you just did a big rewrite, so it's like you're doing like another thing. Like if I could just like line up like the things that kill you progress wise and put them like in a row, like we're doing all of them right now for some reason. Like
Yes. So fuzzy lollipop, right? You, there is some truth in your statement, but when you say like learning a language, it's not just like learning the syntax. There's a whole ecosystem that comes along with that, right? There's like
Yep.
the packages that everybody uses. There's like the build systems, the way you deploy it, the way that people communicate using a particular thing, right? Because everyone's going to come at it from their own angle. Whereas if you're already sort of using something, there's like a consensus among everybody. But now you're going to have to go and I don't know. I'll let Go give his take.
if you're good at learning languages, great, and that's nice. But if you know the platforms, like say you know .NET Core, you're going to know about all the tool sets, things that come with it. So then that leads you to being more productive. But if you go to a new system, now you got to learn like, okay, how do I use Bun? How do I use whatever crate, cargo, whatever the thing is? How do I use their .NET, like how do I use their, what do you call it, their web framework? How do I use their file like management systems? How do I connect to AWS? This, and it goes on and on and on. And it's like, okay, yes, I'm good at programming. That's fine. I could figure this out. But what about your teammates who are not seniors, who can't just backflip every 2 seconds and switch languages and still be productive? Those people are screwed.
Here's a question for you, Guy. Let's say that you have to, but you're using C# at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm going to assume that that's not your favorite, right? Because you're on this like C bent at the moment. So
C#'s my second favorite language. My favorite would be. Well, go ahead, sir.
Well, I was just going to. Yeah, I was just going to say you were maybe going to answer it. I was going to say, if your manager came to you and said, right, we're either going to stay with C# or we're going to switch to a new language, right? But I'm letting you decide what that language would be. Like, what would you pick?
Okay. All right. So, yes, this is wonderful. But I have to have skin in the game, right? It can't just be like, oh, I like this. Like, I also have to make sure my team's productive, or does it not matter?
Well, that's a kind of separate question because I was just trying to get at like what would you ideally work with, right?
I probably work with C. Probably work with C.
Yeah.
But if I'm going at it from like an architect and actually making the business money, I'd stick with C#, to be honest. Okay. It doesn't make sense to change at this point.
Yeah. But if you were starting a new venture, you would go with C.
It depends, man. If I'm writing like some boring CRUD app, then probably use C sharp and probably
Okay.
use something simple for the front end and call it a day.
Hmm.
But if I'm doing something more interesting, definitely C.
Okay.
Like if we're doing something with robots, C. If we're doing something with embedded systems, C. If we're doing something with weapons, C. If we're making a space rover, C. You know, I'd rather use, you know, C for all that stuff. It just, I don't know. I could do everything with it, and once you get people hooked on it, they're gonna love their job. Plain and simple.
Hmm.
But simple, boring web stuff, I'd probably do C sharp just so I could write more C code on my free time.
Suck on that, Spiro. Boring web stuff.
I'm not even paying attention to you guys. I don't care what you're saying.
I do this web stuff full time, so I can call it boring web stuff. I mean, I do it for if it's like for fun for me. It's not boring. Like I'll make myself a website any day, but not NeoCities. You know, I have to be a little more creative for that.
Yeah. I'm still working on that, dude. Do my little what's it called? The Pico 8 things. Yeah, we need to shell NeoCities some more. Like, we haven't done that for a while.
Yeah, we haven't done that for a while. You're right. I need to get back in the groove. I have to get back in the groove and just keep going. I think I've had enough time off moping around my situation and just get back to here. I actually have NeoCity stuff pulled up ready to go all the time. Here's Laughs NeoCities.
No,
You
mine's
don't want to see
rubbish.
mine. Mine's
Mine's
garbage.
rubbish. Mine's rubbish.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
It's the colors are wrong, and I'm gonna completely change it anyway.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I
We
think
all
it's
know you
important
don't
we
know
show
how to
it
do
off.
anything. Yeah. Yeah.
Show
Here's
it off so we feel embarrassed, and then
yeah,
we have
show
to
it
make
off.
it better.
Yeah. Here's TMX's who's transcribing my daily tech news stuff, and he's got like a whole this is I'm not gonna lie, this is my favorite. Seeing all this stuff like connected like this is really freaking cool. He's done such a great job. This is Gary.
Mine's garbage.
I love it.
You know,
I think it's great. What are you talking about? I've got Fireslinger, which is
It's-
Travis.
wait until you view the source code on mine, though. Nah, not yet. Well, one day.
Okay. Here's Sophie's. I think this is a good start. I mean, come on. And then here's Amagod, who got Emmett to create him this animated pixel art thing at the front
Oh
here.
yeah, his looks cool.
Like I'm impressed. You know who? It's sad because I just want you guys to understand the difference here. I just want you guys to understand the difference. We have Laugh up here, right? And we have Gare Games up here. Now these guys have supposedly been coding for a long time. They know how to do like systems level stuff in C and whatever. This is what they come up with. Okay. And then this is what they come up with. Now, the guys who haven't coded before, like TMX and Gare, TMX comes up with this. Okay. He comes up with this. And then Gare comes up with this.
No, not Garrett. That's
or
Emmett,
sorry,
right?
Amagod. Yeah.
Amagod, yeah.
Yeah. These guys don't code. So I just want you to understand why I'm shilling NeoCities hard. It's because you're going to get better results out of people who don't know how to code than people who do know how to code.
Wait, but
Yep.
mine's about little Pico 8 games.
Look,
The focus
bro,
isn't...
you have to at least put no homo up at the top here because what the hell are these colors?
I just fucking said that it sucks and the colors are wrong.
Yeah, and you know what? Unfortunately for you, Laugh, you still put it out there. You still put it out there. You know it was bad, and you still did it.
This goes to show that we made things more complex and worse.
Yes, exactly.
All you dirty, stinky web devs out there, you ruined the web
Yeah.
with your complexity.
Yeah.
your stupid React,
Yeah.
your
Well,
less than straight Angular, and what on earth is Vue.js?
get it off the screen.
No, I think you know what I'm gonna do. I think I'll just zoom in real nice. We'll just have a nice. You know, I'm even gonna go full screen here. We'll go full screen.
Oh, I love how it breaks.
Yeah.
Dude, it looks way better when it's big like that, actually.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that.
Hell yeah.
I use Angular, so I'm being a little
Hell yeah,
facetious,
dude.
but the reality is our websites all look like crap. Like they all look the same. They're all boring.
Yeah.
Like every news website looks the same.
Yeah.
Most social media follows the same patterns. Most people's
Yeah.
homepages are literally WordPress blogs.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, ugh. Back in the day, there wasn't a standard way of doing things, so things were kind of cool.
Yeah, Sophie, by the way, if you need help doing this, you can always hit us up anytime, you know, or you come on the voice chat, things like that.
Yeah. Ask for help. Absolutely.
Yeah, we have the time of day to help. Like,
Especially when we're unemployed.
yeah, this is your best time for get help us. Spiro's actually pretty damn good when it comes to the web stuff. Like, I been a long time since I really did any web stuff. So while I was like that crap that you had on the screen, we're joking about it, but like that was just basically me getting my bearings like with that stuff again. Then there was a few bits that tripped me up, and I just asked Spiro, and he just knew instantly how to achieve what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
He's actually pretty good.
Yeah. It's one of the things that I can take a little bit of pride in the knowledge of the thing. Because I do web all the time. I eat it up for breakfast and dinner and whatnot. So if you ask me stuff
Yeah,
about the web, I'm there, right? But
yeah. If you're talking about like front end
yes,
stuff, which is the kind of thing you'd be doing for NeoCities, like he
yeah,
knows it inside out, dude.
yeah. It's all in my head, and I've been doing it for
Yeah.
so long. I get it.
I mean, he knows the technical aspect anyway, but yeah, you know, we've all been on enlightenedprogramming.com. It looks like garbage.
This is the problem. Yeah.
The more you're an
Trying to
expert.
criticize the colors on my page, dude. You ain't fucking got any colors.
Yeah, yeah. Well, so one of us picked bad colors and one of us picked no colors. I don't think there's a winner here.
No, I picked great colors. The problem is that I did it with the ultra yellow night mode thing on my monitors because it was like 3 in the
Right.
morning.
Right.
And then I saw it the next day with the normal blue levels. It was
Right.
horrid.
Yeah. Well, didn't think it through, did you? Oh yeah. Shut up.
I'd be careful putting videos on there because they use a lot of bandwidth. You do get 200 gigabytes, and you're not gonna get that many visitors, I guess. But like, just be careful.
Oh, but if it's a video like a YouTube video, then it's not going to use the bandwidth.
Oh right, yeah. If it's an embedded YouTube thing, but if you're talking about a video that you've made and you're gonna put it directly on the page, oh, you paid for the thing. Oh, then you're fine then.
Oh, then you're good. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tempting to pay for the page. I mean, I have my own like server and everything, so I can't justify it, but it's still tempting.
It's basically just like a regular web hosting thing, except they've got their own directory, like, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you basically are becoming part of the NeoCities community.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute anyway.
Okay. I've done whole Photoshop pieces with night mode on. Birds. Imagine having a motor on. Oh, jeez. Oh, birds. Um, Gary, are you like in a leadership role or of some kind at work?
Yes.
So I'm curious if it I know it's just not I know it's not just me, but it's always good to hear from other people about this topic, which is you get hired to do you get hired to do a job, right? And you get well employed, honestly. And the idea is that you are able to do something that the employer cannot do. Thus, they're hiring you. Usually, that's not always the case, but that's usually the case. And because you're an expert in what you're doing, they pay you money for it, and then they have to, kind of give you the leeway to go ahead and do what needs to be done. But do you find that a lot of people, like your boss, for example, will make decisions for you about your job as if they know better than you?
Yes, but they'll say that they didn't tell us to. They were just suggesting it, and it's like, not really, you know. So yeah,
Okay.
I've been in that situation where it's like they shouldn't be doing like suggesting technologies, for example, like it's happening right now, but they are. And instead of like waiting to see what the requirements are and what we actually need and having something on paper, it's just like, oh, I don't know. I mean, like it's probably going to be like this, yeah, and just these wild swags,
Right.
you know. And I don't mean like, oh, we're going to need this many transactions. I mean like, oh yeah, it's just going to be fast at doing transactions, and this is the best language for it according to an article. There's like stuff like that. It's like I have never worked at some place where the boss just trusted his experts. He always seemed to like think he like was able to divine something better than the experts.
That's what I think too. That's what I've experienced as well. A lot. Like a lot. Where somehow they have come to the conclusion one way or another that they do indeed have some knowledge that you don't have. And how they got there, it could be a number of different ways. Usually, like you were saying, it's they hear it from friends or somebody they trust or whatever, and they tell them that, and then it kind of overrides your decision making ability. And I have seen too, just one step further to that, and let me know if you've seen this as well. I have seen where um, one day you're working on something uh, in a particular, like using a particular methodology, like a technical methodology, and then the CEO or somebody, whoever, it goes out to lunch with a friend, someone they trust, and then they have a conversation, and then the friend's like, no, you shouldn't be doing it that way, you should be doing it this way. And then he comes back the next day, or whoever it is, he or she, doesn't matter, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, we have to stop, we're going to do it this other way, because they don't, sometimes they don't even explain why. And it's just because they had that conversation with someone they trusted on the outside more than they trust you. And so then they kind of go, there's an implication, right? Like, what are you going to do? Are you going to tell me that my friend lied to me, or that my friend is stupid? Like they don't say that, but it's implied. And now all of a sudden you're changing your methodology.
This is the typical consultant thing. So you can't convince your boss. Say you're the CTO and you're trying to convince the president of the company that you need to do it this way, and he's like, "No, I talked to this guy, da 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 da," It's like, oh well, why don't I get a consultant to come in and you know, t- like answer that question for that. So then you go hire some guy you just met down at the local pub. He comes in and acts like he's an expert, or he could actually be one. But most of these consultants know what they're doing, right? And they come in and they say, okay, what do you want me to tell your boss?
Yeah.
And then you get to have a nice lunch and pay for it, right?
Yeah.
With the company card.
Yeah.
And then you get to go and tell the boss, hey, like this is the report from the consultant. He suggested we continue, we do this thing. And then it's like, oh, well, okay, we need to get another consultant. So then they get another consultant, the same thing happens again. Most consultants will do that.
I see.
So in this current situation, the problem is that he probably hired a consultant to help him figure out how to make money as a SaaS model, and he bought into what the consultant said because the consultant didn't talk to us.
Right.
So the consultant would have been, in this case, the guy he went out to lunch with,
Right.
his trusted friend that he's paying money to.
Right. That's right. That's the consultant. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
Let's see what Fuzzy Lollipop's saying here.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, read it. Yeah. Hang on, let me read it. Let me read it out. I got a story to tell you. I had a manager want me to do something that was not going to work for a demo to the CEO, family-owned business, and he was not family. When I refused to do what he wanted, how he wanted, he said, "I'm your boss, do what I said." Okay. The next day, that shit did not work and threw me under the bus. Damn. When I reminded him I said it would not work, he said it was still my fault, and he said he should have convinced me. Oh,
I've
man.
had a boss do the same thing. I've had the boss do the same thing. And when he explained it to me, I believed him. It was the following: you've got to be good at sales in your job, otherwise it's going to keep happening. And I was like, oh,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
because it's true. It's true, but that's BS. It's total BS.
That's crazy.
And the reason why he told me that was because he has to deal with that stuff with his boss.
Yeah.
And if he fails at selling to his boss, then you get go and react.
Yeah. Armin
Hello.
Armin K on Twitch just followed. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, Armin. Welcome back, Laugh. We were just talking about stupid bosses who
Oh yeah.
think they know better than you and how it failed. Yeah. It looks like I have a full file reading HTML thing here. It's working. It reads from an HTML file. It's rendering it. And
Cool.
and then I do an update and it reads it. It's not memory safe. I know that for 100% certainty. The way I did it is not great for memory. It's actually really bad for memory. So I have to shut it down. It shuts down on its own, honestly, after a while. But it's there. It's working. Yeah.
Something you can make the mud now.
It means I can make the mud now. Yep. I can just I can plug away on this and just fix up some of the memory issues here, and yeah, I think I'm good to go. The other thing I thought about too was I don't have to make it a general catch every request coming in here and find an associated file. I can just set the paths manually for now, just all the different files that I need. I could just make a few, like a switch statement or something here, your blessed switch statement that you hope for, and then just mmap it all in, and that's it. That's just my starting point. So I have everything I need now. Everything is, it sucks, but I have everything I need.
See, I had to put that close in all those if statements. Like that's where defer comes in.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
so good.
That's right. Yeah, see, I have to yeah, I have to figure this out. I can do this offline, but I have to close all these because this is just hanging around now. I don't want to keep the file open, you know. I just got to figure that part out. But the proof of concept is here, and it's got all the features I need.
Hmm. Well, I mean, if you're gonna have that return there, like you've got to close it there. But what I'm saying is, like, if you had declose, if you had defer close at the top, then it would like solve the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Odin for the win, I guess. Okay. Yeah, this is good. Fuzzy. I am actually autistic and it lasted 40 plus years till I got fired by my GM 23 after double spinal cord injury from a car accident. It was not my fault. They let me go 6 weeks to the day after I got back to work. I was out paralyzed from the neck down for 9 months, and the reason they said they were firing me was not meeting performance expectations. When I got a meets expectations the week before I was paralyzed. This is evil, and there is HR. HR is just a way to absolutely kill morale in any company. HR needs to just be taken out to pasture.
HR's there to protect the management.
Yeah.
No matter what they tell you.
Yeah.
It's always to protect the management.
Yeah, it's always to protect management. Yeah, it's not to protect you. That's all a big lie. HR is just a big. It's just a big waste. Yeah, it's a big waste. It's a non-job. It's not a real job. It's not real work. It doesn't mean anything. In fact, it's if anything, it's massively detrimental to any company. It's a cost sink. It's terrible.
Most of your HR work can be done by your accountants.
Yeah. Yeah. I had a habit of calling people incompetent when they were saying disqualifying statements like RPMs are only for installing system libraries, not applications. What? What? I was once fired for making a code review comment. Ghost, damn. HR's the best. They know how to sweep. Yeah. That's crazy.
I was at a company once where HR made the CEO, or sorry, the CTO, clean dishes in the break room instead of hiring someone to do the dishes for like $5 an hour.
That's funny. Okay. Well, I've got two choices here. I can keep going. I can build out maybe some of the game functions, and because we have some stuff here on stream, I could just thankfully I didn't throw away the C file that we were starting yesterday, Laugh. We can still use this now. Now we can actually like use this proper. We can build out some functionality in here, and we can do this on stream.
Oh, right.
And just build out the few things and just like see what we can do. Or I can do some stuff offline and come back later and do like a tech news or something stream later today or something like that.
Question: which C standard are you targeting here?
Oh, that's a good question. Is there a default one that Clang uses?
It's probably like C23 now, I think.
Let's see.
Well, you can just put man Clang.
I keep doing this. You guys are right. Okay. It's a standard, maybe? I can specify the standard, I guess.
Yeah, it's -std. The default is GNU 17. Except on PS4, so I'm going to assume it's PlayStation where it's GNU 99.
Yeah. So it's C
GNU
2017.
17.
So it's C17 with GNU extensions. That would be the default.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I know a little bit about the different standards and some of the things that they offer you. Like, for example, I know that in some of the newer standards, I think 23, you can do things like embed files into it and stuff like that. But I'm very, very not versed in the standards and what they mean.
Yeah. I have read about them, but it's, I don't really do that much C, so I can't remember the specifics. I'm pretty sure 17 is, no, what was the one that added all the multi-threading stuff? That was a big one.
C standard.
Did you use was it P threads?
I did use
He
P
used
threads.
P-threads, yeah.
I think that's C11.
Yeah, I think it's like,
I think P threads was added after C99.
C11 introduced formally multi-threading to the C language. Is that what you mean? Alap?
yeah.
Beej is a great resource, actually. I should be looking at Beej for holy crap, I forgot about Beej.
What? That's a terrible name. That's a terrible name.
BJ, yeah, I know, but he knows how to see. Yeah, so I guess that makes sense. It would be C11 because if the default is C17, that's why I get to use threads.
But they usually fix bugs and some other problems as well. So
I wonder what. Let's say, like, what is C99?
If you start in a new one, there's no reason why you can't target like 23 if it's supported. I don't know if Clang actually supports it yet.
Let me see the man page. C89, C99.
It doesn't look like it.
C11, yeah.
So I think
99.
Oh no! There is one.
That's for C++.
Oh, that's C++. Yeah.
So I guess for I could do C99.
No. Stick with the 17 with the extensions. Like,
okay.
There's no point going backwards right now.
Yeah.
For what you're doing, because you've got no. You're starting from scratch, so you might as well leverage all the features.
Yeah.
You can't, you got, I think if you pick 99, you won't have bool.
Right. Okay. Okay.
You can always just define it though if you want.
You could. You
But
could.
I mean, it's just little niceties like that,
Yeah.
Like having a Boolean type is kind of good, right? Built
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So
I was just curious. Wondering if you thought about it. Sorry.
No, I didn't. Yeah, no, I didn't think about it. So okay, so
I Google searched this guy's website, and I'm happy I put in 3 E's instead of 1.
Yes.
But it's 2 E's.
It's 2 E's. Yeah. BJ.
I gotta go install a firewall.
Yeah.
Only 2 E's. Just shit.
Shit.
No. It's 2 E's. It's just shit.
Shit.
Yeah, it's a short one.
They block Reddit at the work firewall.
Yeah.
So sometimes I'm searching for like programming stuff, and sometimes Reddit has like 1 or 2 guys on there that actually know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But I just get blocks. So I have to use my own computer. It's annoying. I really do look forward to getting independent as soon as possible.
Yeah, tell me about it. So what I can do here is I can include, well, I guess it'd be mud.h, I suppose. I can include mud.h in here. I can move this to a .h file actually. I don't even need to have the .h and the .c really. And well, okay, all right. So here's a question. What's up, crypto? Do I want to include the core file in the HTTP server because it would compile right next to each other, like within each other, or do I want to do like a shared library and keep it separate? Like, how do I want to glue this together? Right.
That's something that I always struggle with when I'm not doing OO.
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. What are you trying to glue together?
The server with the game. I can either keep them separate and bridge them with like a shared library perhaps, or I can compile them all as one thing and running the server is running the server and the game.
Yeah, do that. Static link it.
Static link it. So you compile the mud and then you'd static link the output of that compiled mud into the server.
No, you compile it all once. That's what static. That's what I mean.
Oh,
Like it's linked. It's all compiled into one unit.
into one
Right.
unit.
There's no DLL or anything. If you want hot reloading, then you'd need to do that. But like, since you're doing it, yeah. But that's a whole separate thing.
Yeah, I don't think I need hot reloading right now. It's okay.
No. There's more complex bullshit that'll get in your way.
Yeah. It's not really. It's fine. You just turn off the server and boot it up again. It's not the end of the world. It's annoying, but not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Okay, so just one whole thing. So then I would just move this to a .h file, and I just include the .h file, and it just includes everything in it.
This is why I got to thinking about like what standard are you using, because you haven't got like pragma once at the top.
Correct. And I don't think I need it.
You probably don't need it now, but I mean, that's just the first thing I do anytime I write a C file. I just put pragma once at the top, you know.
Is that if it's a header file?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just try it out. Let's just see what happens. I would have to go mud.h, I think. Will this compile? Ah, right. I had some functions in here that we were playing around with. Let's just get rid of these. Where? Oh, here. Okay. That simple as that. Just an H file, single header file library thing, and yeah, good to go.
Yeah, there's no need to have like a header file and a C file because you're not including anything anywhere, are you? So
no, well, it just is what it is. Okay, so now the game's bundled in, and we can do whatever we want with the game here. I'll have to come up with some functions to take strings out of the game because because it's a mud, you're going to want to send messages back, right? So you're going to have to do things like you have entered, this space and there's a tree here and all that. So I'll have to make sure that I have a function where so I'm trying to think about it from
callback.
Yeah, I guess it would be a callback. Yeah, that's right. I'm trying to think about it from the perspective of Laugh wants to jump in here. And I want Laugh to not have to care about how the server operates. I want Laugh to just be able to work on the game and receive some inputs from the server, appropriate inputs for the game, and then send some outputs. And those outputs the server will deal with. And so then Laugh doesn't have to care.
So I can just say, send this to the client that that originated this series of events. Like,
you can point it, or you can do like send to all, So these are some of the functions that I had to create in the mud game. There's 3 different ways to send messages. There's send to all. There's send to a specific person, and then there's send to everyone in the same like coordinate space in the game.
Yeah, on the same map cell.
Yeah.
Here's a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Are you planning on having any persistence with this?
I would like to, because I think that would be hella fun. I think it'd be fun for chat mods to have their own stats and avatars and all of that stuff.
Because I'm telling you, man, I've got some nuts ideas for this.
Okay.
Like, you know, when I said yesterday, like, it should be pure chaos. Like, I'm not joking.
Okay. What do you guys think of implementing a SQLite DB into this?
For saving.
Yeah.
Um.
Persistent storage.
Uh.
The only other thing I can think of, hang on. Let me take a step back. Because I'm questioning myself now. Because I'm like, do you really need this thing? Thank you, Defense, for the follow on Twitch just now. So if I'm going to stick to the principles, we're kind of deviating from the principles of my stream just a little bit, but we're doing it on purpose so that we can have some fun here. However, let me ask this question. Do we even need SQLite? And the reason why I asked that question is, could you not just write to a file in a particular format and use that as your, consistency?
You could.
Yeah.
And you just come up with some kind of format, right? Better to write all snapshot to disk. Yeah. And so you could do something like breakdown. You could create this is just an example. I'm just throwing this out there. You take a player and all their data and you turn it into an array buffer and you write that to a file, and that becomes the player's file of data. And then you whatever mapping it is, when the player joins again, you read that file and you just load it up again.
Problem with that is like, if DDAV is gonna roll your fucking server with these bloody things, you're gonna be creating loads and loads of files.
Is that a bad thing?
Well, yeah.
Why?
Because you'll stuff up the file system with like loads of unnecessary files.
But everything's a file anyways. I don't think it's the number of files that's a problem. I think it's the size of the file and how quickly you can access that file.
Number of files is a problem because you can only have so many files on a file system, right? It's a huge number, right? You're not going to hit it, but it's something you have to consider, right? Like, for example, imagine a Minecraft save where every chunk was its own file. Like, it absolutely awful. It would be like hundreds of thousands of files. So that's why they don't do that.
Okay. Could you? Okay, so then why not do a file for X number of players in a particular format, so each player is separated by some kind of boundary?
I think that Ghost has the right idea so far. It's be one file for all the players, and then when someone's data needs to be saved, like they're logging out or something, you just flush the entire thing.
And just write it again?
Yeah, why not?
One world file and one file per player. But Ghost Laugh is saying that if you have one file per player, then DDAVR is going to come on and he's just going to create a whole bunch of players and just litter the file space.
Well, the other thing is, if you have persistence, then you need some way to authenticate. Because otherwise I could just put in Spiro the sucky programmer and load up your character.
And there could be more. There could be some exploits hidden in that. File names, you might be able to, if you don't put security around it, you might get hit with something. ... /
Bobby drop tables.
curly line, or no, forwards. Curly line / ... ... Get to the root and then just save yourself in the bin folder. That'd be nice.
Um,
Oh man, yeah, that'd be a neat attack vector. We'll finally get his secret creds.
I'll skip my
Yeah,
secret crit.
and you like manipulate your save data in such a way that it like creates a little dodgy binary.
Yeah. When he runs it some sort of interpreted language in there because he wants it to be dynamic. Just listen to everything we tell you, right?
Just listen to everything we tell you. Yeah.
It'll be fine.
Um,
I mean, using like the SQL database, the light one, that's not a bad approach, really. But it's like it doesn't put as much hair on the chest, I guess. That's what Dale's getting at.
well,
See,
y-
the thing is, it's a multiplayer game. If it was a single player thing, right, with persistence, then it's trivial. You just either, you use something like you could use JSON if you wanted, or
yeah,
I'm quite partial to CBOR at the moment, or you can do a proprietary thing.
yeah,
But then when there's an unknown number of players, right, that's a known unknown, right?
yeah.
It kind of complicates the thing a little, and then that's why SQLite is kind of attractive. And SQLite's a fantastic piece of software.
It is, yeah. And one of the things I'm thinking of is just to add more to this. If we do a file and we come up with our own format, given enough players, you're going to have to scan the entirety of that file to get to the player that you want to get to. So how do you do like how
Well, you could keep you. Oh, no,
There's a
you
lot
can't
of
keep it
things you
all
can
in
do.
one. Yeah, there's loads of things. But like
Um,
this is the kind of problem that the SQLite solves.
yeah,
All the things that we've discussed, like the things that it aims to solve.
yeah. That's why I separate players from the world. I agree, Ghost. Yeah, I think they have absolutely have to be separate from the world. The world is its own state and you just play within it. And in SQLite, they've got like querying, they've got upserts, they've got all the good stuff that we don't have to
Yeah,
do ourselves.
I'm not opposed to SQLite at all, man. I've used it before.
Okay.
It's got some oddities about it, like you know the the columns aren't really typed, like it's a bit
Sure.
strange, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Okay, so if I use SQLite, then that's fine. We're good. I'm okay with that too. I'm actually quite happy with that because it's really good. So then I think authentication would be I would want to keep it simple. And so to begin with, I could hand roll out you need to have a key and a username that I give you. I could generate one and I could read from a SQLite authentication table when I go to authenticate you. And as part of the like in here.
Well, I don't like being given a name. Like one of my favorite things was typing in names like Penis Hydra. That was great. Everyone loved that.
So then what about if we made it so that your name doesn't matter? But the key does. You have to have a key. And I'll give you the key by
Yes.
hand for now.
Just make the key the line in the text file.
Right. I can even put it in SQLite. Like you ask me for access and I'll give you a key. I'll put it in the SQLite file by myself. It's really easy, super easy. It's just stupid fast. Generate a key and then just put it in here. And then when you send me a message on the server, I just go check among all available keys. Are you using a valid key? Then go ahead. And I would have to just make sure that if you're using a key, that it's only being used once, like an active use versus inactive use. Just something simple like that. So you can't just reuse the same key over and over. Although I guess you could, like for a starting point, like who the hell cares, I suppose. But if you want to keep it, but the key has to map onto some player data. So actually, no, you would want to have a key that maps onto a player that's also stored in the SQLite database. So that key matches to that player, and you can just pick your username, whatever you want it to be at the opening of your session. You can change it every session if you want. If that's what you want to do, I don't care. Why do I care, right? I just care that you have authentication, and then that's it.
Yeah, more chaos.
More chaos, yeah. So then if
Yeah.
you happen to get a key of someone else's player, I suppose you could just take over that player's account. But you'd have to have access to the DB to know what the keys are. Or you'd have to guess it, brute force guess it.
You could just hash their password. Have them write a password, hash it, and store it in the database.
Just have them write a password. The problem with that is then you still run into the DDAVR situation. DDAVR is just going to hash a million passwords and have a million players.
That's okay, but then he can't steal my player.
Yeah, that's the thing we're trying to prevent. That's what the authentication's for, so I can't log in as you.
Okay. All right. So then here's the, okay. I think I have a way to do this. So input a password, hash it, store it in SQLite along, and then like tie it to player. Now, if I want to do the anti DDAVR, since I have my own server where I can read things like IP addresses, I could just say one connection per IP address. And that increases
No, you mean one IP per character per session.
one IP per character per session. Yes. And so if DDAVR wants to get in here, then he's going to have to like spin up an entire server farm with different IPs.
Yeah, that won't work. Yeah. Lollipop guy's right.
What? Okay, what happens when the password changes? And that will not work because of NAT. When if the password changes, then you just get a new player. If you use a different like I'll ask for your password up front, and if it's a password that doesn't exist, then I'll just prompt you like, okay, I don't know what this is. Do you want to create a new player? And then that becomes the key for the player. But then that just means that people can just generate a whole bunch of players. And so that's the anti-DDAVR, which is the NAT thing you're saying. Many people share an IP because of NAT.
Well, usually the solution to what DDAV is doing is some kind of like external verification thing, you know, like email address or whatever. I'm not so worried about DDAV's shenanigans, you know? Like, it's the only reason you need authentication is if you're going to have persistence, right?
Yeah.
Because you need some way to recall the save data for a particular person when they come back.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Now, you could be really trustworthy and just say, oh, if they put the right character name in, then we're going to give them that character. But then that means that I can load up anybody's character that I know the name of.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. If we're going to go with SQLite, we have the advantage of we don't have to be that trusting. We can be a little less trusting off the bat.
Well, I don't see what that's got to do with SQLite, but like...
Well, because it makes it easy for us to tie things together and then query it properly.
Well, I mean, that would be the same as like just a text file where you've got like the password next to the character name. Like, it doesn't make any difference. But the bare minimum you need is like a username and password, right?
If I don't care about the username and I only associate the password to a player, regardless of their username, then I only care about the key. Because you could come on and be Laughly one day and then be Dumbass the next day if you wanted to. But as long as you're sharing the same key,
Yeah, but that's a character, not the player.
that's a character. Right. Yeah, that's a character. Yeah.
Yeah. So you could have a system whereby like you register an account, right, and then you can have like multiple characters under your account, and you just play as one at a time. You could do that if you wanted, or you could just have a thing so you can rename your character or like reset.
Yeah, why not?
Like that, yeah.
Multiple characters.
But yeah, that's scope creep. But I'm just throwing shit out there, right?
Yeah. Well, it is scope creep, but it helps kind of inform how much I really, really need to do right now, and whether or not I block myself in, and if I just not try and make it. So Laughly here is pointing to something different, right? Which is what happens if your key is mapped to a character and you want to type in any username. Is that a bad thing? And he's making the point that you could actually make that a feature, not a bug. Like you could turn that around and go, if you go that route, it doesn't become a blocker, because you could just turn that into a feature and say you have multiple characters per key, and now it becomes like a cool thing you added instead of a thing you have to consider restricting it down the road. I like that. Okay, so the process would be a SQLite DB with players, the world, whatever I want to store in here. You ask me for a key, I generate one for you, I put it into the DB. You can then use that key and you're just prompted to pick your username, and then we just pull the data of that username. If the username does not exist, then you'll be asked to, like, would you like to create a new player or a new character?
And you just have a logon screen.
Yeah, it's just a logon screen. You just start from scratch there. Okay. Okay, so we just do that here. We just send a logon and you just put in, okay, all right, so that works. Then what you'd have to do is you'd have to ensure that, so you need like a client ID of some kind that references your connection, your SSE connection. And then you map that connection to, no, hang on. Am I overthinking? I'm probably overthinking it, actually. You probably don't need to worry about it very much. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't care about
that. Yeah, you don't care about that. Yeah. All you care about is, so what you would need is just like, you just need these three functions up here. And so for you,
well, what you would do is when you pass in stuff to the game code, you pass in a struct, which is basically like a player or an agent or a client, something along those lines, right? And I don't really care what's in that struct. I just know I need it because it's required to identify who I'm dealing with for this thing.
Right.
It's basically a context.
Right. So wouldn't the nicest thing be to have a function in the game code that figures that out for you, and all you do is send to whatever, and then you pass in players or a player or whatever it is, and that function just figures out what the client stuff is, like the server stuff.
Something like that, yeah.
So then you don't care what's actually going on in here.
What is that function signature?
Uh,
You don't put dots in the fucking.
what? Because I'm thinking about it as a struct, right? It's just a non-pointer struct. Instead of arrows, you
Right.
can do dots, right? It doesn't matter, honestly. You could do a pointered struct. Doesn't matter. But yeah, this is what you would want. You just want 3 functions. That's it. Just 3 functions, and it just figures out where it ends up on. And then anytime you need to send a message, you just use these, and it queues up the messages, or
Right.
whatever it does. You don't care. I care. And then everything else to you becomes all the game functions, the states, the attacks,
Yeah, that's the bit that I'm interested in. Yeah.
Yeah. So in reality, I don't even need to worry as much about the game functionality in here. I just need to give you a way to map a player ID to a no, I don't even need to give you a way to map it. I just need to give you a map. When you give me this player ID, some unique ID of some kind, I map it on the server to a client on the server, and then after beyond that, everything else just becomes a matter of game functionality.
Oh, right. Yeah, because I'm only really dealing with like in-game stuff, and then you can just stuff that into the struct, and I'll just send the struct back, like,
Yeah.
and then you'll take it from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah. So all you have to know is the game, and just give me the struct, which I can just preload with an identifier and maybe something else,
Yeah.
and what your message
Well, I mean,
is.
what
do you
the
want to send back?
signature for that should be is like, that line 93. I don't know what the fuck you think you're doing there, but it should be a pointer to a player.
Right. So yeah, so it'd be like let's say it's the player struct, and then I would just do the map player to server client socket, and you'd also want a message, right? You need to be sending something. Something's going to come out of it, and then you'd have to also send the message along with it. And you don't care how, you just care that you send a message to a player.
Yeah.
And then
the signature for the other two are practically the same.
Right. Practically the same, yeah. And
Mhm.
there is one other thing that I'm thinking of right now. It cannot strictly be message. It must also include another identifier of like an event, or I don't know, event type or something like that. The reason why I'm saying this is that I have to worry about what HTML I send to you based on the event.
Yeah, like it's like which bit of the interface it goes in, right?
Right.
That sort of stuff. Also, why is it a character? It should have an enum for that.
Yes. So you can go just enum event type or something like this. Yeah. And so you just pass in what is happening here? What's this message about? And then I know what the message is about, and then I can decide based on the queued messages and the event types. I get to decide on the server how I piece together the HTML and send it to everybody.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, I will need a way to do some of that, right?
Okay, why is that?
Well, if I want to add a feature, I might have to modify the HTML stuff, right? Because maybe I need to add a little section to the interface. Like, say you've got no inventory, and I want to add an inventory. I need to add a div element where I'll have a list with like links you can click. to manage the inventory and display it.
Right.
Well, you might not necessarily have to do that because you could just do it all in the text thing, like you could put like /list or whatever, and then it lists your inventory there. I don't know, but what I'm saying is you can imagine situations where I would have to like add new bits to it, right? Then I perhaps would care a little bit about the server communication. I'd go have a look how it works and maybe add something in. And then if you think it could be tidied up, you can tidy it up.
So what if
Yes, Panda, they do level up.
they do level up? Yeah, that's right, Panda. What if I gave you a way to, well, I guess I don't really need to give you a way to read HTML files. I was thinking it might be nice for you to create an HTML file.
Do it the way you were thinking, and then like if I hit a roadblock, I'll come and talk to you.
Okay. Okay. I have to consider how I struct. I'll look up CUID too, Fuzzy. I'll look it up. I have to consider how I create the HTML now because I can have templated HTML files, and then I can do what?
Oh man, that's super feature creepy.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to think about it, because if I do templated HTML files, I have to do all this other additional functionality to read it and replace values, as opposed to just creating it in here.
Listen. For now, just have it exactly like how the old version was, right?
Yeah.
And for now, I will make everything that I do just post into the chat log.
Okay.
Okay? We'll do it that way. So if I want to see what my inventory is, I'll type the word inventory, and then I will just send back a shitload of lines, like with all the items. Okay?
Okay.
Like one line per item. And
so I would take this right bar out of the current game, and it just becomes chat then.
Well, no, because I liked the map. The map was fantastic, dude. Being able to visualize the map, that was awesome.
All right.
Like, to me, that was like core to the experience, like seeing other people move around and stuff.
Okay. And then what about the information bar at the bottom with like the links, like you can move around and see who's here and talk to them?
You could get rid of those, but having your statistics printed there is kind of nice.
Okay.
Right, because it would kind of suck to have to keep going stats.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I think I've got it now. I think there's a way to do this exactly what you said. I can keep all the current things that were on here when this thing was working, because I've broken it. I can deal with rendering the map and rendering the info box, because I can do that I can even do it from the server side. I can just say, reach into the game and give me this player's map, or the perspective, the map from the perspective of this player, and the info box from the perspective of this player, and send it to them. And I can do all that. That doesn't actually have an impact on you. All you care about is the commands that are coming in, the inputs, and then the outputs, which end up on text. And so I can deal with the right-hand side by myself. You don't have to worry about doing anything here.
I'm basically just modifying the game state and then logging the output.
That's it. And then I take the game state and just update the right-hand side as necessary, and away we go.
Yeah, well, you could maybe have like some dirty flags or something like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
At a push. But yeah, that sounds good to me. Look, man, I'm gonna head off for a little bit, but if you're still streaming later, I might come back on.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm gonna head out as well.
All right.
Starting to fade.
No problem.
Yeah, you've been pretty quiet, dude.
Yeah, I get tired.
Yeah.
But I think it would be best for your project anyway if I dip, because less design by committee,
Yeah.
Like, I think I've given enough input for now.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate it though.
So yeah, I'm gonna be around still, Liz, but if you're still streaming later, I might come back on.
Okay. I might do. I don't know what I'll do, but yeah, I'll let you guys go. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. You guys
Yep.
are awesome.
See
Yeah.
you.
Peace
Have
out.
a good one.
Talk to you later. I'll I'll close this up. Thanks for the follows. I know I just got a couple of follows. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follows. I think one was on YouTube, one was on Twitch, I believe. If I got that right. Yo, David, thank you. And whoever followed on the YouTube side, I appreciate it. I think I'm gonna take a break too. I'm gonna close up the stream, and then I'll work on some of this offline, and I'll come back either later today or tomorrow. And what is laugh to? It's 3 a.m. in the UK. I don't know. Yeah. And I'll do a tech bites stream, which will be the news stream. That's what I call the news stream now. It's tech bites because I don't do it every day. I got to answer some messages. I have to go. I have to go answer some responses from potential work. So I might as well go do that. I've been going for 5 hours now. So I'll do that. I might be back in a few hours to do a tech bites thing. And then we can jump right back into the game, or it might be tomorrow. It just depends on some of the stuff, some of the people I have to communicate with, because I do need to find some work, right? So I better make sure I respond to them and do all my stuff here. That's it. That's it. This was great. I appreciate it. Let me just make sure that I've got 1 sec. If I do, okay, hang on 1 sec. If I do this and I go like that, okay, cool. I'm gonna send you guys over to Travis. Okay. On both ends, on Twitch and YouTube. You guys should absolutely be watching Travis because he basically just does the stuff I'm doing, but he actually does it better. So I'll move you guys over. Thanks, Laughing Panda. Thank you everybody. Thank you everybody for the goodbyes and all that. Enjoy yourselves. Have a great day. I will try and be back later. I'm gonna try and make the best of this and stream a lot and just try and make something out of this. But I'm gonna take a break here, and I'm gonna gather some stuff and do some stuff, and I will come back on either later or tomorrow. Catch me on Discord, !Discord if you want to hop on the Discord channel and talk to me or anybody on there and get some help. You're absolutely willing to do that, and please come back. Thank you for all the financial support today, the subs and all of it. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, I know it's not the most entertaining thing on the planet, but we're this close to getting to the game portion of this, and we're gonna start spinning up a mud here, and you guys are gonna be able to play it. All right, there's cool stuff coming, but we're trying to take our time and learn and do this right. So I know it can be boring and dull, but it's educational, and I wish more programmers were doing stuff like this. So anyways, thank you everybody for your support. It's been incredible. I really appreciate it. Bye everybody.